Okay, I will officially call this Land Reclamation Board meeting to order on September 17th, 2025. And we'll do a quick introduction of the board to get started. And we have a new board member, Wendy.
Hey, need to introduce myself.
Sure.
Hey, everybody, I'm Wendy Padilla. I'm the new Deputy Executive Director for the Department of Natural Resources. So as you all may or may not know, Tim Mock is now the Deputy Director of Operations for Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and we miss him a lot, and we're angry at him for leaving. So that'll last about a year or so. But I am really looking forward to working with you all on the board. I've been with the department about 23 years or so, and looking forward to learning and to contributing to this board. So thank you.
Great.
I'm Doug Oren. Bill Baker.
Jill Nelson.
I'm Karen Stiegelmeyer. And we have Nell online, I do believe. Yes. I see.
Hi there, I'm on. Sorry, I am not there in person to meet you, Wendy, but I am quadruple booked today, so hopefully another month.
Okay, thank you all. We'll first go to the minutes. We have our August 2025 minutes that we need approval of. Are there any edits, suggestions, or motion?
Make a motion to approve the minutes.
My second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve.
Hey,
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
None opposed. So we'll move on to approval of continuances and withdrawals. And we have no continuances, but one withdrawal. And we do need a motion to accept that.
I make a motion that we accept the withdrawal. Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay. Next, we're moving on to Executive Director's Office and Division Director reports. And just to put Wendy on, alert, we usually have Tim tell us what's going on, and you've been there for how many days? So you know a
I'm
lot.
ready to go.
Okay.
I made him write it for me. All right, so just from the Executive Director's Office, a couple reports. The State Land Board had a bill that created the State Trust Lands Conservation and Recreation Work Group, created by House Bill 251332. That will begin meeting this fall. We'll just put out a press release on the members, and it will formulate recommendations to identify opportunities to advance conservation, climate resilience, biodiversity, and sustainable and low conflict recreation on state trust lands. On the energy front, the Energy and Carbon Management Commission adopted revised rules related to the use of EnviroScreen in the permitting process, updating ECMC's rules to align with changes from recent legislation, including extending the statute limitations that apply to violations of commission rules to 3 years, and requiring operators to maintain a license, and codifying the marginal well mitigation fee created in Senate Bill 24-229. Last month, the governor made appointments of the board of the new Geologic Storage Stewardship Enterprise created by House Bill 251165. And that enterprise is responsible for long-term stewardship of geological carbon sequestration facilities after injection of carbon dioxide has been completed. In federal updates, you may be aware that the U.S. Department of Agriculture has proposed a reorganization plan. USDA has extended their comment period on that proposed plan, and the comments are now due September 30th. Congress has returned from their August recess, and they have until September 30th to finalize the federal budget or a continuing resolution in order to avoid a government shutdown. CPW updates, they're in the process of doing their long-term strategic plan. They've been conducting a lot of stakeholder outreach through public meetings and a comment period, which will help inform that plan. They're also developing a beaver conservation and management strategy and just wrapped up that scoping process. In forestry, the Colorado Strategic Wildfire Action Program just announced this workforce development grant program open for applications. And that's an exciting opportunity with millions of dollars to support work for the Department of Corrections SWIFT crews and the Colorado Youth Corps crews. In water, a little more than a month ago, Nebraska filed suit against Colorado in the U.S. Supreme Court related to the South Platte River. Colorado is responding to the filing, which the state plans to file in October. It's active litigation, so there's not much else we can say, but the whole of state government in Colorado is working to support the effort. We're also separately engaging in the permitting process related to the construction of the Perkins County Canal, and the DNR formally requested cooperating agency status from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Section 404 permitting process. Today, the Colorado Water Conservation Board is holding a hearing in Durango to hear on the Shoshone water rights and whether or not to accept that into the state in-stream flow program. This is just one stage in the process, and then there are multiple other steps that need to be completed as well. And tribal updates, we just celebrated the passage of House Bill 251163 and joined the Southern Ute and Ute Mountain Ute to celebrate free entry to all Colorado state parks for members of our 2 federally recognized tribes. And that concludes my updates.
Thank you. It's always a lot going on.
Yes.
And other division updates?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. Just want to start by welcoming Deputy Executive Director Padilla. I'm incredibly excited to have you on the board representing the Department of Natural Resources. I'll start my director's update with a note on a symposium that I attended last week. I was able to attend the 4th Annual Critical Minerals Symposium presented by the Payne Institute for Public Policy at the Colorado School of Mines. This symposium serves as a platform for government officials, business leaders, investors, and academics to engage in vital discussions aimed at identifying opportunities and mitigating challenges associated with the future of critical minerals. I had the pleasure of participating in a panel discussion on mineral waste to market strategies. I was joined on the panel. We had a representative from Newmont Legacy Mining, as well as Sarah Riker, who is the acting director of the U.S. Geological Survey. So as part of my talk, I was able to discuss the passage of Senate Bill 2554, the creation of the new hard rock permit that we all know was designed to facilitate the removal and reclamation of historic waste rock piles. There is, of course, an intersection between this new permit and the push for critical minerals. Tremendous amount of research is going into critical minerals right now. And one of the biggest takeaways from this symposium is that we have the ability to attain self-sufficiency on 27 critical minerals by recovering 10% of current byproducts from our active mines. So I think that's a powerful statistic, and that's where a lot of the efforts are going right now. Another very interesting topic that was discussed during the symposium was the utilization of good neighbor agreements. We heard from parties of the Northern Plains Siboney-Stillwater Good Neighbor Agreement. The Siboney-Stillwater mine is a platinum and palladium mine in Montana that has operated under the Good Neighbor Agreement for the last 25 years, and they have not had any arbitration or environmental litigation in that time, which I think is pretty impressive. The Good Neighbor Agreement acts as a voluntary agreement between the mine and, in this instance, 3 nonprofit citizen groups. It's a legally binding contract that operates independently of the mine permitting process to provide additional environmental protections and quality of life provisions around things such as traffic control, housing commitments, land conservation. And as I listened to this talk, I was really reminded about the many conversations that we've had with this board, whether that's considering new applications or amendments and expansions of existing mines. And it struck me that this could be an incredibly valuable tool for when the board is in these situations and having these debates. I will also note the Colorado School of Mines announced that they will be establishing a Good Neighbor Agreement Center to support Good Neighbor Agreement efforts. So this will be something that we're going to be following very closely, because I think there's real potential for these agreements to address the needs of the community that fall outside of this board's authority and mandate. Lastly, I'll mention that the Colorado School of Mines released their 2025 State of Critical Minerals Report. It's an outstanding resource for all things related to critical minerals. And so that report can be viewed and accessed online through the school's website. Next, on the personnel front, we've been incredibly busy over the last 2 weeks conducting interviews. I think as the board knows, we have 2 vacant positions right now, one for an environmental protection specialist intern, and then the second open position is for the division's budget director. So we've concluded all of our interviews. We're going to be making some decisions here, and hopefully by the time we get to the October hearing, we'll be introducing you to some new staff. And that concludes my updates for the month. I'm happy to take any questions from the board.
Thanks. Any questions? Any further vision reports? Okay. We can move on to the consent agenda. That's easy. We do not have one. And the next item on our agenda is the withdrawal of file number M-214-070. So we're moving past that and on to the 6th agenda item, which is file number M-2009-076. And I think Nikki's going to give us an update on this.
Madam Chair, can I just hop in? I just want to let you know that I do need to drop off and will not be voting on any further items.
Oh, okay.
Tammy knows.
Yeah, we're fine.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks now. Guess I need to have anyone speaking on this item swear to tell the truth.
I swear. I do, yeah.
Thank you all. We'll let you move forward.
Good morning, I'm Nikki Gagnon. I'm an environmental protection specialist with the division. I'm assigned to permitting with Clear Creek County. And we're here today for the consideration of a notice of a second consecutive term of temporary cessation for the Holkill Gulch mill site. This site is in Clear Creek County. This is Idaho Springs. Oops. Oh, right. This is Idaho Springs right here. The mill site is about 1.5 miles northeast of Idaho Springs. This is it right here. There's a mill and then the tailings impoundment. The operator for the site is Venture Resources, and their commodities mined are gold and silver. The post-mining land use will be rangeland. This is a 110D designated mining limited operation. The permit area is 8.76 acres across 2 areas. There's a mill and a tailings impoundment. We're currently holding a bond of $107,742. This is determined to be adequate. And the surface and mineral ownership is Venture Mill Company, which is also the operator. So before I get into temporary cessation, I'd like to share a little bit about the mining plan of it for this site. So this is a Google image of the mill area and the tailings impoundment. Oops. This site is approved to excavate these historic mine waste rock piles and reprocess them at the mill. These historic mine waste rock piles have been there for about 100 years. They'll excavate a little bit at a time, take it to the mill site and run it through their process and to recover gold and silver and some minor minerals that are also valuable. Once they recover the minerals, they will pipe it down to this tailings impoundment, which is where they will basically re-impound these materials. And so reprocessing minerals does a couple of things. It reduces the volume and footprint of these historic mine waste piles, and it also removes the minerals, the acid-causing minerals from these piles, so it cleans up the site somewhat. And so this site is lined. It has a triple layer composite liner, and the tailings will be placed in this, re-impounded in this tailings impoundment, and they'll gradually move up the valley here and replace the tailings after they've milled them. Stormwater channels have been constructed on either side of this impoundment. So any stormwater that runs down from the top, from above the site will be diverted around this impoundment. This is a zero discharge facility, so no processed water will ever leave this site. They will eventually, when they're operating this mill, the water will be repiped up to this water tank at the top and it'll be recycled through the system. It will never be released from the site. So yeah, that's pretty much the mine plan. So next I'll go over the site history. In 2011 and 2012, they constructed the mill and did some testing. In 2013, they began processing, and they approximately 200 tons of waste rock was processed here. To give you an idea, there's about 8,000 tons in that waste rock pile that I showed you. So they did a minimal amount of processing. So in 2015, the division conducted an inspection and determined the mill was no longer operating. And so they asked the operators to submit a TC notice. The notice was withdrawn because of compliance issues. They determined the tailings impoundment wasn't in a condition that they could be certified. They needed to do some work on it. And so that led to a board hearing in 2016, and the board issued a cease and desist order for this site, mandating that they repair and recertify the tailings impoundment as an environmental protections facility. So in 2016 and 2017, the operator worked on the site. They submitted a couple technical revisions to recertify the tailings impoundment and do some repairs. And following that, in 2017, the EPF was recertified, and then the cease and desist order was lifted, allowing the operations to resume. And then in 2018, the operator submitted a technical revision 5 for the installation of a permanent mill building and changes to the milling processes and equipment for better mineral recovery. So they, after doing all their testing and their initial processing, they decided they wanted to make some changes. They have temporary buildings there. They want to build a permanent structure, a permanent mill. So that was approved in 2018. And then in 2019, they installed a $65,000 gallon water tank, which was approved under this revision. And that was the last reported activity at this site, was in 2019. And so now I'll get into the temporary cessation rule. Rule 1.1, parent 66 defines temporary cessation as those limited periods of non-production. So the indications of temporary cessation, according to the rule, are no personnel working at the site for 180 days, consecutive days. Activity of the site is limited to general maintenance, housekeeping. There's not significantly advancing the site towards completion of mining or final reclamation. No sale or processing of material or movement of stockpiled material off-site. Only minimal activity, including limited excavation of material. Mine development is ceased, mining is not recommenced, and the permit is not exhausted 10 consecutive years of non-production. So at this site, currently, no personnel have been working at the site for more than 180 days, and the activity is pretty much limited to general maintenance. And they have not continued to develop their mine plan according to the technical revision 5. So just to be clear, to kind of explain what temporary cessation is, it's basically a status change. So we're going from an active period of active mining to an inactive period with the assumption that they'll resume mining within 10 years. So there are 2 periods of temporary cessation. The initial period, per the rule, the initial period is the first 5 years, beginning with the 180-day period of production. So in this case, that would begin on November 1st, 2019 through November 1st, 2024, since 2019 was the last operational activity. The second 5-year period of temporary cessation, TC2, shall begin at the end of the initial period. So that is November 1st, 2024, and that'll end on November 1st, 2029. So non-production or temporary mining cessation is limited to 10 years, after which the final reclamation must begin. So if the mill hasn't resumed operations as of 2029, November 1st, 2029, that's kind of the end of the road for this permit. If they do resume, then we can reset the clock for them, but they have to get something going. So next I'm going to go through the review process and the chronology of their temporary cessation notice, their second notice. So on October 18th, I conducted an inspection of the site, and I determined that the mine had not been operating for more than 180 days. On November 18th, the operator submitted a temporary cessation notice as required by the rule 1.13.5, and for my inspection report, we required them to do that. On November 26th, I issued as incompleteness notice to the operator because there were compliance issues also cited. So I told them they needed to submit this notice of temporary cessation, but there were some minor maintenance items that needed to be addressed at this site before we could move forward with this hearing. So we gave them till spring. This site can be difficult to access in the winter. The work we needed them to do, they needed to construct a silt fence, they needed to put boundaries. We decided to give them a few months to get into compliance. So on April 24th, I sent them a follow-up letter addressing the compliance issues. And they responded on May 22nd. They sent me evidence that they're in compliance with CDPHE stormwater permit. And on May 30th, I received an email from them confirming they've completed all the outstanding inspection issues. So that allowed me to move forward with the notice process. So on July 18th of this year, I conducted a follow-up inspection to confirm everything was in compliance, and it is. So then on August 18th, we sent the filing notice of temporary cessation to the operator. And also that day, I sent a notice of temporary cessation to Clear Creek County Board of Commissioners and the town of Idaho Springs. That's required by Rule 1.1317. And then here we are today for the hearing of consideration of their temporary notice. So part of our staff review process pursuant to Rule 1.13.5, parent 3, the staff verified that the operator's notice included the following items for temporary cessation. A demonstration that the existing 107,742 financially warranty is adequate for reclamation. And that's based on the disturbance as of today that covers liability. An explanation as to why the operator has not resumed operations or begun final reclamation. The why is funding. The operator needs to acquire funding to complete the permanent mill that was approved under technical revision 5. A demonstration of continued commitment to conduct operations at the site by the end of the second 5-year period, including a plan for resumption of mining. Their continued commitment, once they get the funding, they're going to build this mill. That's their plan. They want to move forward with what has been approved. And a description of the plan to comply with the reclamation requirements and performance standards of Rule 3.1 while the site is in temporary cessation, including environmental monitoring and reporting. So at this site, they have 2 monitoring wells for groundwater. They submit those reports quarterly. They'll continue to do that. They'll continue to submit annual reports and fees. The only thing that changes here is really the status. They're going from active to inactive, and they can't operate until they send a notice that they're going to resume operations if this is approved. And then they also acknowledge the 10 consecutive year limit for non-production and temporary cessation of mining. So they are aware that they are limited to 10 years. And then the additional staff review pursuant to the rule prior to the board hearing to consider this request of the second 5-year period of temporary cessation. The division completed the following. We conducted an inspection of the site and verified compliance with the active mineral rules and regulations and any permit conditions. I reviewed the permit file for any complaints against the operator. No complaints have been filed at the site. I reviewed the environmental protection requirements for compliance. No outstanding reclamation or performance standard issues are indicated in the notice or by file or field inspection. Now the tailings impoundment is not in compliance right now, and they know that they have to get that recertified when they start production again. So that's the only thing that's out of compliance, but it doesn't make sense for them to go out there and work on it if it's just going to sit there and be weathered. So they will, in order to start operations again, they will have to bring that into compliance. So no concerns have been expressed by interested parties, including the town of Idaho Springs or Clear Creek County. Therefore, the staff recommends that the board accept the above referenced notice of a second consecutive term of temporary cessation, TC2, that would begin on November 1st, 2024 and end on November 1st, 2029. And the staff also recommends that if the mining operations have not resumed by November 1st, 2029, the board shall require staff to set the site for a hearing for the consideration of termination of the life of mine in accordance with Rule 1.14.1, parent 2. So that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know this is a different site than you've seen before. The operator is also here to answer questions.
I have a question just about the fact that it was mined many years ago and the tailings are from many, many years ago. Where do you draw the line between or is there a line between their responsibilities for what they're doing today versus what was done 100 years ago?
That's a great question. So disturbance. So as long as they don't disturb the existing waste rock piles, they are not responsible for reclaiming those. So once they start operations again, they will be responsible for the amount that they've disturbed, and they were required to reclaim it. So that's one of the reasons the bond isn't very high at the site, is they haven't disturbed very much yet. They haven't done much.
Seems difficult to determine with a pile of rock.
Yeah.
But that makes sense.
And kind of in addition to that, when we permit these sites, we have to do a pre-operation inspection. And so, we document the level of disturbance prior to operation. So there is a history here we can look back on if there's ever a question.
How much more of the mill is left to be constructed? Can you kind of just summarize?
Yeah, right now it's temporary. They just have temporary trailers there. So they've not started constructing the permanent mill that has been approved. So they need to build. When they're ready, they would submit a notice of resumption of mining to us. We would review the bond and they can start construction and and then they'd start with the foundation and build this mill. So they
You're
turn,
replacing the ball mill and flotation.
yes, all of that would just come out. Yeah, it's all temporary equipment right now. Do you have any questions for Mason? This is Mason with Venture Resources. If you have any questions about the permit or anything.
I don't think I do, but
Okay.
if you had any comments for something that you think was missed.
Say, Mason?
Well, I just want to thank you for giving consideration to our request today and just reiterate our commitment to following the guidelines of the department and the division. And we look forward to resuming activity on that site as soon as possible. I guess one pertinent update is we have successfully negotiated some funding that will be coming in within the next 3 months. And so that's our plan, is to come back and seek your blessing to continue activity at the site at that time.
Thank you. The commodity prices are with you. So in order to, when they choose to come out of temporary cessation, how does that functionally happen with?
So there is a rule, they do have to submit a notice of resumption of mining. They're required to submit, what their plan is, submit a updated bond reclamation estimate, bond plan. They have to tell us their timing. There's a list of things that they will have to submit. Very similar to this, we'll come back to you and have you, present this just like today to see if they can resume mining at this site.
And so they would have to redo the tailings impoundment before much else happens?
No, they would need, yeah, so we would get approval for them to start operations again, and then their first thing would be to start construction of the mill, and they would have to at the same time recertify the tailings impoundment. If that's their plan to continue using that, they would have to recertify it, do all the work. And
Before
then the
going
division does
operations.
inspects those, that we watch these things constructed, because these are, environmental protection facilities, so the division conducts inspections to make sure that they're constructed properly.
How will the bond be affected?
Well, this is an interesting site because they're planning to leave all these facilities on site. We've approved them to leave the building, the mill building, the permanent, the water tank, the shed, and even the concrete structure where the impoundment is. Those are all approved to stay long-term. So there's not a lot of demolition. So the bond may go up somewhat for the construction and for any of the additional equipment added. And more disturbance acres, if they're gonna disturb more acres and they have to do more grading, topsoiling, seeding, the bond will be affected. But it's not gonna go up a lot at this site.
Probably just the normal inflationary costs increase for seeding and the work that needs to be done.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is an interesting one. Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay. I think we're ready for a motion to accept this.
I'll make a motion that we accept the notice of second consecutive term of temporary cessation for the Hugill Gulch Mine Site permit number M-2009-076, which will begin on November 1st, which began on November 1st, 2021, and will end on November 1st, 2029.
I second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other comments? Before I call the question? Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous? Okay, thank you. Very interesting to have historical mining and new mining.
You may see more of this once we get through with bull making and have the 110R and that's kind of part of the focus and stuff of what those type of permits are for. So might see more of them in the future.
And with more need for minerals. Okay, we're going to move on to, if I can find it, to our next item, which is the hearing for a 112C reclamation permit amendment. But we have another complication here. There was a pre-hearing order that I think we need to comment on or approve. I've locked my proper papers. That's it.
Yes, that's it. I'm
So we,
Lisa Thompson. I was the pre-hearing officer for the. Is it that? I believe that
Okay.
there was a motion. You guys received that.
submitted.
So the first thing is the pre-hearing order.
Yeah.
Motion.
And I don't
So-
believe there were any objections.
So we're gonna hear the pre-hearing order from you first, right?
Just an introduction. Yeah, it's, you're fine. Yeah, so.
Thank you.
Go. Lisa, graciously volunteered and stuff in that, so this is her first pre-hearing officer. I think it's such, and did a great job and stuff there, so. But yes, the pre-hearing order is in front of you for consideration. And, I think all the relevant facts and stuff are there, so.
Do you need me to review it or anything? You're
I think
good?
you're good unless they have questions, so.
Well, we can move on to a motion unless there are questions to accept the pre-hearing order. And with or without an amendment. That's where,
Excuse me, we do have a motion and it was just to expand the witness list
okay,
and a couple of the exhibits for the app. And in particular, the motion is to add Ken Olson, who's the owner of this excavation, to supplement the attorneys of records and include Bob Randall, who's my firm application.
and thank you, and state your name, please.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, my name is Polly Jessen, Kaplan Kirsch. We're attorneys for the applicant. And to recap with a microphone near, we had submitted a motion 2 days after the pre-hearing conference to address the addition of Ken Colson as a witness. He's the applicant, but we want to make sure he could speak. To supplement the attorneys of record, Bob Randall is here with us today from Kaplan Kirsch. We had moved to include Randy Curtright. He will not be here today. And we had a couple of exhibits that are actually in the record, but we wanted to make sure we're called out specifically related to water rights dedications. So we would request that the pre-hearing order be supplemented with those witnesses and exhibits.
Okay, so we need a motion to accept the supplement witness and exhibits from the applicant.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but I just thought it'd be a good time for me to kind of introduce myself. My name's Kent Naughton. I represent the O'Brien objectors on this matter. And I thought I would mention that we don't have any objections to the proposed amendments.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
I move to accept the applicant's motion to supplement its witnesses and exhibit list as submitted.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now we can move on to the hearing. And I believe I need to swear in speakers on this. So if you are speaking on this amendment, please raise your hand and swear to tell the truth. And we have more.
Yes.
All
That-
all the parties testify.
Yeah, anyone testifying here has their hand up?
Yep.
all learn to tell the truth.
Will do.
Thank you. Oh.
Yeah.
And is there anyone online that I missed? Oh, okay.
Madam Chair, Russ Means for the division, just for a matter of record, for all the parties, I'll be keeping track of time that was approved and stuff in the pre-hearing order. So I will be letting you know and stuff when you're, I'll give you a 5-minute warning. But just be aware of that. We'll be keeping track of that time and stuff in that, so that we keep things on track. So thank you.
Yeah, I think we're ready to get started. Not showing up here. This is a division introduction. Whenever you're ready, you can introduce yourself.
All right. My name is Patrick Lindberg, and I will be representing the division in this matter. I will begin with a staff introduction, and then I will proceed into presentation for the amendment. At any time during the introduction or the presentation, please feel free to ask me any questions. All right. As I said, my name is Patrick Lindberg, and I will be representing the division in this matter. This hearing is for the Curtright Pit, permit number M1986-123, operated by Colton Excavating Company, for the consideration of a 112C amendment application with objections. The site is located approximately 4.5 miles east of Loveland, Colorado. The current and proposed permit amendment summary. The permit, as I stated, is a 112 construction materials permit. It's currently permitted for 77.97 acres. The amendment acreage is 97.39 acres, an increase of 19.42 acres. The post-mining land use is open water ponds, residential, and agriculture. The proposed amendment bond is $124,795. AM1 was submitted in response to the signed Colorado Mine Land Reclamation Board order dated November 28th, 2023 for violation MV 2023-012. Part of the board ordered corrective actions was to submit an amendment application to encompass all of the affected land at the site and update only the reclamation plan for the site and obtain approval of the required revision within statutory deadlines. Here's an aerial image of the currently approved permit boundary. Moving on. This is an aerial image that shows the currently approved permit boundary, the red lines, and the proposed permit boundary in blue. The area in green was the affected lands outside the approved permit boundary that were subject to the violation. Here's the applicant's proposed reclamation plan map, AM1. For AM1, it's also, I provided you a larger copy in your packet. A summary of the applicant's proposed amendment. Add 19.42 acres of new permit area to encompass areas affected outside the currently approved permit boundary. Install a swale and a slide gate to mitigate impacts from flooding events. Backfill the Pond 1 area. grade the side slopes of the Pond 2 area to a 3-to-1 slope that were impacted by the landowner, update the reclamation plan for the pre-1981 pond area, and update the reclamation plan for the newly permitted areas. Here's a chronology of events that got us to this point. In May 2023, the division received public inquiries regarding activities at the Curtright and Stroh pits permitted to Coulson Excavating Company. June 27th, 2023, the division's inspection found that 4.7 acres had been affected outside the permit boundary. August 8th, 2023, the division sent a reason to believe a violation exists letter. September 20th, 2023, the operator appeared before the board. November 23rd of 23, the signed board order for violation MB 2023-012 was issued. February 27th, 2024, the AM1 application was submitted by the operator to the division. March 7th, 2024, the division issues incompleteness letter number 1 to the operator. May 10th, 2024, the division issues incompleteness letter number 2 to the operator. On June 14th of 24, the AM1 application was considered complete by the division. June 23rd, 2024 was the date of first publication in the Loveland Reporter Herald. July 14th, 24 was the date of last publication. August 3rd of 24 was the end of the public comment period. During the public comment period, 38 letters of objection were received. On August 14th of 24, the division issued its preliminary adequacy review letter to the applicant. March 12th of 2025, the applicant submits responses to the division's preliminary adequacy review. April 7th of 25, adequacy review number 2 was issued by the division to the applicant. On April 21st of 25, the division performs its required pre-operation inspection. April 30th, adequacy review number 3 was issued by the division containing items that were discovered during the inspection. May 30th of 25, the applicant requests an extension to the decision date for Amendment 1 beyond the statutory 365-day limit. June 18th of 25, the consent agenda was approved by the board to extend the decision date of AM1 at the applicant's request. July 17th of 25, the signed board order extending the decision date to August 10th of 2025 was issued. July 31st, 2025, the applicant's responses to adequacy reviews 2 and 3 were received by the division. On August 10th, the division issued its recommendation to approve over objections. On August 15th, the division issued its notice of pre-hearing conference and board hearing. August 27th of 25, the division issues its rationale for recommendation for approval over objections. September 3rd was the date of the pre-hearing conference, and September 17th is today. Any questions?
Any questions? Like not so far.
Okay, I will move on to my presentation. All right. This is the staff's presentation for the amendment. Again, I will go over a quick summary of the amendment application. As stated before, the amendment application was submitted in response to the board order for violation MB 2023-012. AM1 proposes to add 19.42 acres to the permit in order to encompass areas affected affected by mining outside the currently approved permit boundary. The applicant's proposed post-mining land use for the site is open groundwater ponds, agriculture, and residential. Here's a historical summary of the site. Mining at the site began soon after approval in 1987. Mining activities, extractive activities were completed in 2005, according to the annual report submitted by the operator. By July 2014, the division had noted through its inspections that reclamation at the site had been completed. Side slopes were graded to the required 3-to-1 slopes around the ponds, and vegetation had become well established, and there were no signs of erosion. March of 2015, the division approved TR1 to account for the size and configuration of the open groundwater ponds remain at the site. Water levels within these groundwater ponds are controlled by the natural fluctuations of groundwater and flows within the Big Thompson River, located to the north of the site. Subsequent inspections of the site noted that vegetation had become well established throughout the site. On the side slope, the side slopes were stable and vegetation had become well established around the ponds. The remaining reclamation item for final release of the permitted area was receiving final augmentation for the exposed groundwater from the Division of Water Resources. An introduction of the various parties. The applicant operator, Colson Excavating Company, with the primary point of contact is Kim Colson. Engineering consultant is Peter Wayland of Wayland Inc. The primary objector and landowner, Linda O'Brien, with her engineering consultant, Dan Giroux of Terramax Inc. Landowner number 2 is Randy Curtright, and sibling of Linda O'Brien. Prior to 2022, neither landowner had expressed concerns to the division about the conditions of reclamation performed at the site. In March of 22, during a site inspection with Ms. O'Brien and her consultant, the division discussed the open groundwater pond configuration and the soil piles that were moved to the southwest corner of Randy Curtright's eastern property. The soil piles were from the removal of a berm that Randy, her brother, had placed along the northern boundary of Pond 4. The berm was placed for flood protection of Pond 4. Soon after placement, the berm was removed due to concerns that the berm may direct floodwaters to Ms. O'Brien's property. In June of 23, the division performed another inspection of the site because of the citizens' inquiry, and that led to the board finding a violation MB 2023-012. Here's a parcel map of the permit area. Randy Curtright owns this parcel to the east, owns this parcel on the west, as well as this parcel here. Ms. O'Brien owns the center parcel here. Here's the Amendment 1 C2 map showing the property boundaries along with the proposed permit boundary. There is a copy of this map provided in your packet. Here is the proposed Amendment 1 permit boundary. And here are the parcels again. Randy Curtright owns the 2 parcels on the west side. Ms. O'Brien owns the central portion, highlighted in red, and Randy owns the eastern portion. The division's numerous interactions with applicant, landowners, and objectors during the enforcement and Amendment 1 process. Since 2023, the division has had dozens of meetings, phone calls, and other communications with all parties and their representatives during the Amendment 1 process. Division's communications often consisted of clarifying of what the division's role and jurisdiction is in the Amendment 1 process. Division staff has made every attempt to listen to each party and address the concerns that are within its jurisdiction for the Amendment 1 process. The division's goal throughout the Amendment 1 process is to ensure that areas affected by mining outside the permit boundary are incorporated into the Amendment 1 boundary and that Amendment 1 complies with the Acton rules. Jurisdictional issues raised by the objecting parties. These are the jurisdictional items that were raised by the objector during the pre-hearing conference and may be considered before the board. Reclamation plan issues, reclamation timeline and adequacy and completeness of the proposed reclamation plan for the O'Brien property. Hydrology issues, concerns regarding periodic flooding, and concerns there is no current substitute water supply plan. Wildlife information, impacts to the Prebbles meadow jumping mouse habitat. Legal right to enter. Reclamation costs, the adequacy of the reclamation cost estimate. Objectors' reclamation plan issues. The applicant's proposed reclamation timeline is too long. The initial amendment application submitted to the division proposed a reclamation timeline of 7 years. Currently, the applicant's proposed reclamation timeline is 1.5 years. This timeline includes time to grade and backfill the former Pond 1 location, grade disturbed side slopes that are steeper than 2:1 to 3:1, remove old stockpiles of material, install a drainage swale, and revegetate disturbed areas. The operator is pursuing final augmentation for the exposed groundwater through water court case number 19 CW 3157, which the operator is hopeful to obtain in 2026. Final augmentation of exposed groundwater through water court is a process that the division does not have jurisdiction over. Pursuant to Rule 3.1.3, all reclamation shall be carried to completion by the operator with all reasonable diligence within 5 years. 5 years such phase has commenced. The 1.5-year timeline meets this requirement. The operator has provided the needed details and information required under Rule 6.4.5. It is important to note, once reclamation is completed and the operator applies for final release of reclaimed land, the division is required to notify the landowner to afford the landowner time to comment or object on the release request pursuant to the Acton rules. Here are some aerial images of the current and proposed permit boundaries. Up here in the upper left-hand corner, this image is from 1999. Here in the northeast corner, you can see mining activities occurring outside the currently approved permit boundary in red. Moving to the right is an aerial photo of the site after the September 2013 floods. And you can see debris as it's been washed across the site in the properties. The bottom left-hand corner is from 2017. And you can kind of see how the site has rebounded from the flooding from 2013. The bottom right-hand corner is from 2023 and clearly shows the 4.7 acres that were affected outside the permit boundary that led to the violation. Here's the applicant's proposed reclamation plan map again. Within this reclamation plan map, here's the drainage swale that is proposed to go in. There is a revegetation plan for this area to the north, in the northeast corner. as well as in the northwest corner. The backfilling of the pond 1 area, the regrading of the side slopes of the pond 2 area that are steeper than 3:1 to a 3:1. Over here in the southwest corner is the pre-81 area where they are going to remove a stockpile and reclaim and revegetate this area as well. Adequacy and completeness of applicant's proposed reclamation plan for the O'Brien property. During the required on-site inspection for the Amendment 1 application, the division determined that there were a few stockpiles remaining outside the current permit boundary that were the result of mining activities that occurred outside the approved permit boundary. That area up in the northeast corner. Through Amendment 1, the division is having the operator incorporate this affected area into the permit boundary. Reclamation of the area will include the removal of stockpiled material. One of 3 piles is on the O'Brien property. Install a drainage swale and revegetate the affected areas. The areas to the north of the current permit boundary have historically consisted of mowed grass fields. The proposed revegetation plan calls for the replacement of topsoil in certain areas, mechanically prepare the seed bed as needed, reseeding with the following seed mixture here in the table, which closely approximates what already exists at the site, and applying fertilizer. The seed mix is the same as was approved in 1986, except for the addition of alfalfa. Here are some images north of the pond area. This top photo is looking from the gravel road to the southwest across the O'Brien property. This photo was taken during the June 2023 inspection. The bottom photo is looking west across the O'Brien property along the current permit boundary, taken during the April 2025 pre-operation inspection for Amendment 1. Here are some photos of the reclamation of the pond areas. The top is pond 4, which is the furthest the easternmost pond. It's looking from the southwest corner to the northeast corner of the pond. The bottom left photo is of pond 3, which is on both Randy and Linda's properties. It's looking from the southwest corner to the northeast corner. In the bottom right photo is of pond 2, looking from the northeast to the southwest. The applicant's reclamation plan for Amendment 1 meets the intent of the Acton rules, specifically Rule 6.4.5 and the applicable requirement of Rule 3.1. The proposed seed mix is capable of self-regeneration without the dependence on irrigation or fertilizer, and closely approximates what is already established at the site, as required per Rule 3.1.10 parent 1. Success of the revegetation will be evaluated through routine inspections by the division. If issues or problem areas are identified, the division will work with the operator to address those areas. Again, any release request of permitted area requires landowner notification and allows for comments and or objections from the landowner. Hydrology issues. Concerns regarding periodic flooding from the Big Thompson River. The site has flooded at least twice in recent times, once during the floods of September 2013 and again in 2023. The current and proposed permit area is within the 100-year floodplain and within the floodway. HEC-RAS modeling software commonly used for floodplain management and floodway evaluation showed that flooding was controlled by the gravel road to the north of the permit area that runs parallel to the Big Thompson River. However, a culvert that was installed under the road in the northeastern portion of the proposed permit area provides for floodwaters to enter the site before reaching the top of the gravel road. To mitigate these modeled impacts, the applicant proposes to install a slide gate on the culvert to prevent floodwaters entering the affected area and provide a method to drain the site. A swale is proposed to be installed that will assist in draining the flooded areas to the culvert and back to the river. Success of these structures will be evaluated through routine inspections. Again, if issues or problems arise, the division will work with the operator to address them as needed. And again, if any release request of permitted area requires landowner notification and allows for comments and/or objections from the landowner. The top photo is from the 2023 flooding event. And the bottom photo is a close-up of the proposed swale and culvert location. Concerns regarding no current substitute water supply plan. The applicant has provided a copy of the approved substitute water supply plan by the Division of Water Resources, Water Division 1, Water District 4. The approved plan is valid until December 31st, 2025. When the current plan expires, the applicant will have to get approval of another substitute water supply plan and provide a copy to the division. The applicant will have to continue to apply for and get approval of a substitute water supply plan for the Curtright pit until permanent augmentation for the site has been approved by Water Court. As stated earlier, the applicant is currently pursuing permanent augmentation for the exposed groundwater at the site through Water Court case number 19CW 3157. The division believes impacts to the prevailing hydrologic balance in and adjacent to the affected land will be minimized in accordance with rules 3.1.6, 6.4.7, and CRS 3432.5-116, parent 4, parent H. Wildlife information. Concerns about impacts to the Preble's meadow jumping mouse habitat. In 2017, the applicant received a concurrence letter from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that established a 300-foot setback from the Big Thompson River to protect any existing PMJM habitat. An exception was granted to the setback in the northwest portion of the site where there are access roads and disturbed areas associated with a home site. The 2017 concurrence letter noted that critical habitat for the PMJM had not been identified in the project area, and riparian habitat was very narrow along the south banks of the river, and the line between the riparian habitat and adjacent smooth brome dominated mowed or grazed grassland is very abrupt and well defined. And there is no suitable PMJM habitat south of the riparian area. In February of 2025, the applicant received correspondence from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that, based on confirmation that there will be no changes in management to the land south of the riparian zone, the 2017 concurrence will be extended. Here's some photos that show the 300-foot buffer along that north end of the amendment area. And on the right-hand side is the buffer variance area in red. The division did send notice to Colorado Parks and Wildlife, but did not receive a comment letter from them. Reclamation activities are planned to occur in areas of very poor PMJM habitat and will be short in duration, further minimizing any potential impacts to PMJM habitat. The division believes the applicant has provided the information required for Exhibit H, wildlife information, in accordance with Rule 6.4.8. Adequacy of the current bond amount held by the division. During review of the Amendment 1 application, the division performed its own reclamation cost estimate. The division estimated that the new bond amount to reclaim the site as proposed is $124,795. This is an increase of $66,395 over the currently held amount of $58,400. In 2009, DWR updated its general requirements for substitute water supply plans for sand and gravel pits, which provided guidance on the replacement of depletions associated with mining. In this guidance, DWR allowed for the dedication of water shares as an option for bonding for exposed groundwater at a site. In 2010, the division sent a letter to all operators notifying them that the dedication of water shares to get an approved SWSP was an option to bond for the cost of reclamation for exposed groundwater. In 2024, DWR updated its guidance and no longer allows for the dedication of water shares for exposed groundwater. However, those sites that had been previously approved for the dedication of water shares were allowed to continue to do so by both the division and DWR. The Curtright pit was previously allowed to use water shares as an approved method for bonding through a substitute water supply plan and is allowed by both DWR and the division to continue to do so. Here's an excerpt from the currently approved substitute water supply plan. Highlighted in blue is the acceptance of the dedication of water shares by DWR for the substitute water supply plan. The Act and rules do not provide the MLRB jurisdiction on substitute water supply plans. The Division of Water Resources is the sole agency with jurisdiction over substitute water supply plans. The division believes the applicant has provided the information required for Exhibit L, reclamation costs, in accordance with Rule 6.4.12. Closing statements. Jurisdictional issues raised by the objector were adequately addressed by the applicant. All adequacy items were addressed to the division's satisfaction. The Curtright Pit Amendment Application Number 1 satisfies all the requirements of the Act and rules. The division recommends approval of AM1 over objection. Are there any questions?
Seeing none. We can move on. Oh, wait a minute, maybe we'll have questions. That was a lot to consider.
Yes. Definitely.
Can we go back to slide 25? And kind of walk us through, I mean, this was they have 7 years, but their 7 years started when for reclamation?
So slide 25,
You have 2 points, initial amendment, with the reclamation time frame of 7
Oh,
years. And
yes.
then they have a remaining 1.5 years on that, or?
no,
maybe not?
so the initial 7-year timeline was based on processing of material mined at the neighboring Stroh pit. So part of the multiple incompleteness letters before the division called it complete was they proposed the processing of material mined at the Stroh pit, using some of that material for reclamation. As part of the board order for the initial violation, the board order specifically precluded updating the mining plan to allow for processing. So the initial application that they provided, they wanted to process material. During incompleteness, the division had them remove that. And it,
Physically offsite. Remove it where?
remove the option or the proposal of using the Curtright pit as a processing location for the neighboring Stroh pit. And so the board order specifically stated that updating the mining plan was not allowed through this amendment. It was only to update the reclamation plan. So now the current proposal, the current proposed reclamation timeline proposal is for 1.5 years. So
After this is approved.
if Amendment 1 is approved, they can complete the proposed reclamation at the site within 1.5 years. And that's grading, installation of the swale, the slide gate, and revegetation. And then all that would remain would be the establishment of the revegetation.
There's no disagreement on that 1.5, am I right?
There's no disagreement in the timeline?
Yes.
It seems like.
Is that accepted by
Yeah,
everyone?
that's accepted by, yes, the division is in agreement, that 1.5 years is sufficient time.
And the landowners accept that?
They will have to present.
That's
their
one of
case there.
the issues we're looking at is reclamation timeline. So I just want to make sure we're crystal clear on when everything started. So that is one.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so with that, and then on to slide 26. How does the reclamation, if they're going through water court and that's gonna take till 26, does that decision impact this reclamation time frame?
Yes, well, so the permanent augmentation is needed for the exposed groundwater at the site. So the 1.5 year time frame is specifically for the physical activities at the site.
The swale and
The swale, the seeding, yeah, and the grading and whatnot like that. That's what the 1.5 year time frame is for. Water court, as we all probably are aware, takes an incredible amount of time and can't really be predicted.
Okay. But then it says, it's important to note once reclamation is complete, any file and the operator files for final release, the division is required to notice landholder and people to check. But does that all have to be wrapped up at some point before their bond release is going to happen, or?
Yeah, yes, there is also, if the operator wanted to reduce the amount of surety held at the site, they could apply for a surety reduction for, we've installed the slide gate and the swale. Can we get our money back that you've bonded us for doing that? We would still have to notify. So there are incremental phases that would require notifications and whatnot like that.
Okay, then I just have a question. Sorry. When they're putting in the swale, and we talked about somewhere, it talked about that slide gate.
Yep.
You can tell me, oh, here it is. So when the big Thompson floods, it looked like 23 was just a mass impact on this property as well as everything else, right? But if they do that, who's gonna open that slide gate after reclamation?
The land.
If they want to, and if they don't, then it just floods but at some point, if a flood happens right before they're in release and someone doesn't open, I mean, it just seems like that's a lot of accountability on somebody, right?
Yes.
Okay. Seems weird to me.
So there's no plan for that accountability. I'm a little lost here. You said, yes, it's a lot of accountability, but so the accountability goes to the landowner?
Eventually, yes.
Okay.
Since it is a permanently installed structure, or would be a permanently installed structure, and it would be up to the landowner, in time and in perpetuity to open it and release those waters back to the Big Thompson.
So the swale will help it. The swale and the slide gate are both measures to help.
Mitigate
Back
those,
up in
those flooding impacts, yes.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, I'm sure we'll have more, but I think we're ready to move on to the applicant's presentation. Objector presentation.
Sorry, I definitely want the board to have time for their questions, but I do have some questions for Mr. Lindbergh, if we can.
Cross-examination counts, right? Yeah, just so you're aware, counsel, cross-examination counts against your time.
Okay. All right. Would over here be a good place for me to set up? I believe that just some logistical things, I think Cammie handed out our physical exhibits there, the binder clips. You should have there in front of you.
This time.
Yes, yep. Those are the correct ones. Ollie, did you get a copy? Cammie, you should have a copy for you. Mr. Lindbergh, here's one for you. And we will need to be able to bring up a few exhibits as we talk now. I brought my assistant Jean with me to do that, but Mr. Lindbergh, you're obviously very comfortable with that machine. That might be a good place just for you to stay, if you wouldn't mind opening a few files when I ask for it. Would that be acceptable?
Yeah, you can sit here.
Okay, do you want to scooch over?
I'll use this to introduce myself as well. I'm Scott Schultz. I represent the division. I'm gonna just try to keep this on the rails, with any objections. So just introduce myself before I make an objection. So thank you.
And Jean, as we start, can you try to begin pulling up DRMS file 23 for me, please?
Hold on just a minute, guys.
And essentially what I'm referring to is the numbered DRMS files are all from the they're just PDFs of the roughly 308 files in this particular record going back to 1986. We've just downloaded them for kind of ease of use. Okay,
It's not showing up.
and I'm sure we will have it soon, but Mr. Lindberg, you mentioned during your presentation, you did an inspection of the property in April of this year, right?
Correct.
I've got April 21st, right? And as it comes up here, what do you recall the approved post-mining use of this property to be?
I don't recall. Right off the top of my head, I would have to.
Okay. Jean, can you scroll to page 2 for us, please? Second paragraph. It's in the report here, you mention it. All right, can you read the second paragraph there where you report on the approved post-mining use?
No, that one's not working. Okay, that's for here.
The approved post-mining land use is pasture and wildlife habitat.
Okay. And you recall as you worked on this case, prior to mining, the O'Brien property was used to grow crops, right?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Okay. Would you have any reason to disagree with me on that?
No.
Okay. You mentioned during your presentation that the seed mixture that is being proposed right now is the same seed mixture that was originally approved about 40 years ago in 1986, right?
With the addition of alfalfa.
Yes, we've got a little bit of differences, but it's basically the same mixture of grasses, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you've been out there on site for Miss O'Brien's property. You would agree with me that she does not actually have those grasses out there on her property right now, does she?
I didn't specifically look at the grasses that were on those property. In the inspection of in 2023, it was flooded, so I wasn't able to access it. And in April of 25, the vegetation wasn't coming up.
Okay. Would you mind turning to the binder in front of you and tab 5? Or tab 4, we have exhibit number 4. Are you there with me? Do you recognize this report?
Yes, this is what you submitted.
This is something that the O'Briens have submitted, right?
Yeah.
A report by a biologist that the O'Briens had come out and review the vegetation on the O'Brien property, right?
I'd like to object here. Mr. Knott will have an opportunity to introduce the report.
We can't hear you.
Mr. Knott will have a chance to introduce the producer of this report and the substance and qualifications separately during his affirmative presentation. And we're not seeing the basis for introducing it at this point.
I believe Mr. Lindberg has had an opportunity to review it. And I'm simply, I think it's fair game to ask him in terms of impeachment or just to refresh his recollection of what grasses might actually be out on the site.
I guess I'll object on the grounds of impeachment. I'll add the objection of relevance. This isn't a final reclamation request. This is an application for an amendment to the 112C permit. So I don't see the relevancy on what specific seed plants are growing on Miss O'Brien's property at this time. Again, that may come down the road if there is a request for a final release made, but I don't think that's relevant to today's hearing.
I'd point out it is certainly relevant if the operator is claiming to have already reclaimed Miss O'Brien's site and is claiming to have grown grass out there and she doesn't actually have grass out there. That is absolutely relevant. As we will see, the DRMS rules speak in terms of the adequacy of the plan. And our argument is the plan itself is not adequate and therefore doesn't meet the rules. I can move on for now if Mr. Lindbergh is saying that he does not actually know whether she has actual grass or any of these plants that were in that seed mix. If he says he doesn't know if any of that is actually growing, I can move on and we can address that later.
No, I cannot.
Okay.
I think we'll have a question for you when you give your
Okay.
presentation.
Okay. All right. Back to your April 2025 inspection, Mr. Lindbergh. How much topsoil was used in the revegetation efforts on Miss O'Brien's property?
Colson's have not done any revegetation of Ms. O'Brien's property.
Okay. So let's talk about the slopes then. During your inspection, you noted that some of the banks were steeper than the required slopes, right?
Correct.
Okay. Indeed, if we can see, we might have to zoom in on the last paragraph on page 2 here of your inspection report. You noted that some of the slopes are either 1-to-1 or steeper, correct?
I'm going to continue my objection to relevancy. There was an enforcement hearing in this matter back in 2023. This inspection was done not as a routine inspection, and this is not an enforcement hearing. This is a hearing for the proposed plan by the applicant for this 112C application. So I don't see again how the relevancy of the current site slopes is at all relevant to the proposed application. We have heard and we will hear more about the proposed plan does seek to meet the act and the rules with the required slopes. So again, this isn't an enforcement hearing. This is a 112C application hearing.
I'm not sure. Are you saying that the current plan does not have to meet the rules with regard to the slopes?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay. So if my line of questioning is designed to show that the slopes are actually steeper than 1-to-1 or steeper than what is being reflected in the Colson's engineering reports, I think that would be relevant, right?
Again, it's the proposed plan of this applicant. It's not the current site conditions for an enforcement hearing.
Okay, but the proposed plan does not require all of the slopes to be 3-to-1, does it?
The proposed plan, in this particular paragraph, those slopes of pond 2 that are 1-to-1 or steeper are part of the applicant's reclamation plan to make them 3-to-1.
And that's this little area right here.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
So that's something that we would expect to see those being laid back when they come for bond release. Once the plan's approved, then they can go after and start doing this work, and that would include laying those slopes back.
Yep, in that 1.5 years.
Okay, and was there other, I mean, that one's real clear on, I guess it's Ms. O'Brien's property, but is there other areas Just
Those-
because easy math.
Those are, that is the major area where the slopes are 1-to-1. There are other areas, other slopes around the other pond areas that are steeper than the required 3-to-1. They're small in nature, they're fairly localized, but they're heavily vegetated. And previously, the division has allowed for, steeper slopes in areas, right? The slopes around the majority of the ponds, excuse me, the majority of slopes around the ponds are 3-to-1 or shallower. There are areas that are steeper, 2-to-1, but those are heavily vegetated and there's no erosion occurring. And the division is hesitant to go rip up, have an operator or an applicant go rip up well-established vegetation just to achieve a slope of 3-to-1.
But I see other areas now that I look. Where it's 3-to-1, okay.
But to be clear, there are certainly areas in the plan that will not be restored to 3-to-1, right?
I think I would object to relevancy. This isn't a reclamation request. If it was a bond release request, then that would be relevant. In the plan, again, in this amendment 1 application, slopes will be
I
regraded.
literally just asked a question about what the proposed application is. I think that's definitely relevant to this conversation now.
Okay, I withdraw my objection and we can.
I just wanted to clarify what the plan is.
So in areas, there are slopes that are steeper than the 3-to-1. They are small and localized in nature.
Okay. Okay. So this April 2025 inspection that you performed, you followed it up with a adequacy review letter number 3, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you went out on site in April of 2025, was that the first time that you realized that Colson had actual mining activities outside of their permit boundaries that were much more extensive than the out of permit mining for which they were fined $200,000 in 2023? Was that the first time that you realized that?
It's the first time that I found evidence.
Okay. And your report is kind of replete with photos and demonstrations of just how egregious the outside of mining was, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you scroll to page 6, please, Gene? Oh, bring up file number 24 and scroll to page 6, please. And while she's doing that, perhaps we could talk. So you've kind of mentioned during your presentation that you have been sort of playing whack-a-mole on this particular case for several years now, right?
Yes.
Since that September 2023 hearing, you have had to deal with this case over and over and over again. And you have had to write letters to Colson about the inadequacy of their proposed amendments over and over again, right?
I've generated 3 adequacy review letters.
Okay, but can you explain to us the difference between a completeness review or a letter saying, you know, your application is not complete, and then an adequacy review letter?
So for incompleteness, staff does a review of what is submitted, right? So we look at the application page and, you know, make sure all the exhibits are there. during that time is when I noticed issues with the permit, the amendment application as submitted. And those needed to be corrected prior to the division calling it complete, and a technical review could begin. So I generated 2 incompleteness letters. I don't remember the details of those letters, but I know one of them had to deal with the processing of material from the stroke.
Okay. So just to walk through it, we were here in this room roughly 2 years ago in September of 2023, when this board imposed a $200,000 civil penalty for mining outside of the permit, right?
Correct.
And the board's order said fix it within 90 days, right?
I think the wording was,
I'll say objection, the board order speaks for itself. I'm not gonna have Mr. Lindberg try to interpret the board order. It's an exhibit in the board packet.
You would not disagree with me if I said that the board's order required a complete application within 90 days, right?
Again, I'll object. The board order speaks for itself. You can point to it, the paragraph it takes. Mr. Lindberg's not an expert in order from.
I would suggest to the board that you allow this question, and that the continued objections are certainly not helping the board understand what's going on here today.
This is Chuck Kleiman. I'm the attorney for the board. Just in the interest of moving this along, if there's a specific section of the board's past order that you'd like them to reference or to be read in the record, it's probably going to be a lot more efficient if you just do that.
I disagree. It would be more efficient. I think that everybody knows that the board's order required an application in 90 days. I think it'll be very slow, and we have been giving a very short amount of time to make our presentation here today. And I don't think this is something we should have to bicker about.
Sir, I'm not trying to bicker with you at all. I'm just saying, if you'd like the board to look at specific language, please direct them to where that is in the record and then move on.
That would be helpful.
So in the interest of time, I think that everyone can look up that the board's order if they like. But Mr. Lindberg, you mentioned in your presentation that your first incompleteness letter went out March 7th, 2024. And essentially that is you telling the applicant that you don't deem their application to be complete, right?
that is correct.
Okay. And then you gave them about 2 months extension to get it right the next time, right?
I would have to look at.
Gene, can you bring up file number 147, please?
I have a question here on how this process works. So the board gave an order in November 28th of 23. The application, the amendment to the application was February 27th. And while it is always our hope that an applicant nails it on the head and has a totally complete, totally adequate permit, that doesn't usually happen, does it? I mean, is this your regular process?
No.
I mean, what do you think typically for a permit application or amendment? How many times do you have to go back and say, you need to include this, 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 and this, and then when you get in the technical review?
Incompleteness is pretty common, all in all. It's basically the rare occasion that I get one where I can't call something incomplete. And then the rules allow for 60 days to correct or to get compliant or to respond to the incompleteness notice. So Can you scroll
60
down to the
days,
bottom?
okay.
Yeah, that's by rule.
By rule.
So it's this natural reiterative process that we see, and eventually when you guys have it all worked out, we get involved.
Right. So, once all the incompleteness items are taken care of, then the division calls it complete and we begin our technical review. Also, when it's called complete is the applicant has from 10 days from that day at which we call it complete, has 10 days to publish notice and notify surrounding landowners. And so that kicks off the public comment period for all intents and purposes.
Okay. Thank you for just helping us keep this process.
Okay, Counselor, just so you know, you've used 18 minutes of your time.
Okay, I object to I don't think it should count against my time to respond to constant objections about relevance when we're not allowed to really get anywhere in our cross-examination. That's fundamentally unfair. But I will try to move on and try to move quickly. Okay, but I do not think that this should be dominated by an attempt to simply run out the clock. Do we have number 6 or file number 6 up here right now, Jean?
This is 24.
Can you bring up file number 6? Part of we've already talked about number 6. This is your adequacy review letter number 3. As you mentioned, you had 3 of them that were followed, I would mention you also had 2 incompleteness letters and granted 3 extensions to Polson's as well. We're finally on our 3rd adequacy review letter. And you spent a lot of time talking about a 1981 pond problem in this letter, I believe. Can you explain to us why 1981 ponds are relevant for something you're discussing in this letter?
Can you specifically, I'm uncertain where in.
You said number 6, Kent?
Yes. Let's go through page 6 of the adequacy review letter.
Are we on?
Number 20, oh, I'm sorry, number 24, page 6. Number 24. Keep scrolling. Okay. So this is one of the photos you attached to your adequacy review letter. And Jean, let's go down to pages 16 and 20 as well. Do you recall why you were talking about the 1981 ponds in this letter?
I think this was to update the reclamation plan for the pre-81 areas. Prior to this, the applicant had stated that they had not disturbed the pre-81 area. I went through the aerial imagery and had a demonstration that indeed they had affected that pre-81 area during back when the initial violation is part of activities that were part of the initial violation. And since they disturbed it, I wanted a reclamation plan for that area to address those disturbances.
Okay. So you noticed that they made a representation that they had never mined or affected this area. And yet you found photographic evidence that obviously demonstrated to the contrary, right?
Right, it appeared to me through conversations on site that some of the activities that had taken place as part of the violation were not clearly known, or the magnitude of those operations were not clearly known by the applicant's engineer or representative, because I don't believe either one of those individuals were present during when those activities were taking place.
But it is their responsibility, right?
It is, and that's why I addressed it through this adequacy review.
Are you sure it wasn't Colson's that was doing this activity?
Am I sure it wasn't?
Objection,
Yeah.
relevance. It's in this part of the property is included in AM1. I'm not sure, again, it has any relevance as to who disturbed it at this point.
I think it's always relevant when the applicant makes misrepresentations to DRMS.
Again, objection as to relevancy of AM1 application in front of this board.
Okay. I think it will become clear later on that staff is relying a great deal upon just the applicant's good faith, and that they are going to accomplish things that they promise that they're going to do, and that this record is replete with evidence that would cause any reasonable person to suspect to the contrary. And this is just one example that we have extremely limited time to try to go into. Okay. Let's talk about the bond. Mr. Lindbergh, how long has DRMS been waiting for Colson to get water court approval of its reclamation plans?
I would have to go through the permit record to know that for certain, but I believe since 2014.
If I told you that in 2012, DRMS notified Colson that they needed to get an augmentation plan applied for in water court by the end of that year, would you have reason to dispute that?
No.
And when did they actually get around to filing their very first augmentation plan application in water court?
I do not know.
You have any reason to dispute if I tell you it was August of 2019?
Objection, that's not his answer. He does not know.
No, my question is, do you have any reason to dispute that?
He just said he didn't know.
Okay.
So how would he
You can
dispute it?
answer that question. The obvious answer is then no, right?
No.
Now, dealing with the water issues in this case is critical for the successful completion of this reclamation plan, right?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously DRMS does not have the funds to prosecute an augmentation plan on their own. Right?
Objection, we don't have jurisdiction to do that. Well, it has nothing to do with funds.
So what is the plan if Colson's never get an augmentation plan approved by water court?
In the reclamation plan that's under consideration, the division asked that specific question. And they propose to submit an amendment to line the pond.
Have they done so? Have they submitted an amendment to line the ponds?
No, but that would, if they fail to get augmentation, currently they're pursuing final augmentation.
Okay. Is the bond amount that you're proposing currently enough to pay for lining those ponds if necessary?
Objection, that's not what's in front of the board. It's not,
It
that's
is.
a
It goes
theoretical.
directly to the adequacy of the bond amount.
We asked a question earlier about the final release, that, you know, they got 120,000 and they may do some partial releases, but so for them to get a full bond release, they would have to, part of the boxes they have to check is this water plan, right?
Yes.
And then if they don't, you go to Plan B where they would substitute. I mean, if it's just inevitable that they're not going to get it, they would have to come in with another modification to the rec plan to do a line pond.
Yeah.
So that's a kind of a contingency plan, but it's not permitted at this point as part of the plan.
Correct.
Because we think it's going to come out of courts in 26 or something like that.
Correct.
Best guess.
Correct. If final augmentation for the site cannot be achieved, they will have to come in with another amendment. And at that time, the division would bond for whatever their proposal is.
And the stick, if you have, I mean, that's a tough way to say it. The stick is their bond release.
Yes.
Thank you.
But the current bond, you will be asking Colson's for more money if you have to go to this contingency plan, right?
Correct.
And what if they don't give you that money? The current bond is not adequate to do this reclamation, is it?
My objection is continued. Again, the AM1 amendment in front of you, the bond is adequate. It's really difficult to speak in the hypothetical. Again, I will just tell this board that in a final bond release or any of these proposed amendments, there is the opportunity for public comment, for objections. So when that is before the board, there will be opportunity to, again, present evidence and object. But I think it's impossible for the division to hypothetically speak as to what may happen. So I continue this line, my objection to this line of questioning.
Okay. I think we will demonstrate later that is inconsistent with the RMS's rules, that interpretation. Okay. Now, on that point, Mr. Lindbergh, do you remember back in September 2023 when you were before this board where you spoke of your conversations with Kenny Colson, where he suggested that Colson's may just walk away from this site, declare themselves finished with reclamation and walk away?
I'm sorry. I don't think was that in the board? Did I state that to the board? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying, do you remember discussing that with this board 2 years ago?
No.
You don't remember that? Okay. Would you agree with me that Mr. Colson has made comments to you suggesting they may just walk away from this site?
Yes.
Okay. And what is staff's recommendation with respect to the 200,000, the remainder of the $200,000 civil penalty? What's going to happen with that after today?
If the amendment is approved,
I guess I'm gonna object again. That would be something that would be brought back in front of the board. Mr. Lindbergh may have his opinion as to what the division may like, but it's again, ultimately the
Does the
board's
staff
final.
have a recommendation with respect to that?
At this time, I would object because we're in the middle of the AM1 application hearing today. So I think it's premature to speculate as to what would happen going forward.
Okay.
But that would be a line item that would come back before us for us to deliberate on at a future date.
Correct. Again, the board order speaks for itself. I think as I'll speak for the division, all options are on the table if that were to happen.
Just to clarify though, of that $200,000 civil penalty, the division has only collected roughly $4,500 on it, right? The rest has all been suspended?
Correct.
Mr. Lindberg, you spoke in your presentation about floodplain modeling that the division, the staff is relying upon for their recommendations, right?
Correct.
And we talked about the whack-a-mole nature of the many, many different plans that Colson has submitted. When did this floodplain modeling first get submitted to staff? Roughly?
It was with their responses to adequacies 2 and 3.
So roughly July of this year, a few months ago,
Yes.
after 2 years of efforts, they finally got floodplain modeling to you?
Yes.
And did the division consider any second opinions? Have you considered whether or not that floodplain modeling is sufficient?
In my review of what was submitted, along with a review of the reference materials that were included as part of the modeling effort, it looked to be sufficient.
Okay. But you are assuming that is accurate and reliable engineering and modeling, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then let's just briefly, on the augmentation plan, are you aware that the current trial for the water court case is not until 2027 at the applicant Colson's request?
I do not know the details of the water court case.
Okay. And then just really quickly on the Preble Mouse, you put up a map showing that the variance area approved by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service was described in red. You recall that area in red on your own map? Okay. And you recall that in early 2025, it took only about a month for Colson's to get an extension email from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service regarding that particular variance or exception, as you called it.
The concurrence letter?
Just an email for an extension?
Yeah, I don't know how, yes, they provided that email.
They got an email. But did that email expand the area of which had been approved in the variance or exception? Or did it merely extend the time for the planned activities?
It extended the time.
But not the area, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I do appreciate it. You've been very helpful. And let me just ask this. I mean, you have been working on this particular file a great deal over the last 2 years. So I would hope you were somewhat familiar with DRMS's files on the matter. Have you gone back and just looked through the progression of their annual reports that they filed each year? Are you familiar with their annual reports in general?
Not familiar with them. As in my presentation, I noted that I looked through the various annual report filings, and found where in 2005 they had stated clearly that mining activities had ceased.
Okay. I'm going to stop there. As I said, we are on a very short clock. I do appreciate your time.
Council, you use 34 minutes, and 40 seconds.
Okay, any other questions, comments from the board?
Just a quick question for clarification. When you talk about these areas that are vegetated, I'm assuming that you're talking about its desired vegetation and it's not invasive species.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question of the landowners. Do they want this reclamation to proceed?
Wait.
Yes, we wanted to proceed
Okay,
with
all right,
adequate
all right. That's
plan.
fine. I just want to know that question.
Can I clarify, Boardman, your question a little bit? What area were you referring to when you're referring to desirable vegetation? Are you referring to the O'Brien's property?
Any area that is revegetated.
Okay. And Mr. Lindbergh is saying, yes, that's desirable.
Yes.
plan.
No, that's not, I think, his intent.
It's not, because I'm almost sure that's what he said, is that was desirable vegetation.
That's what I understood.
Oh, okay. Can I clarify?
Sure.
I think there is some confusion about this area in question. All right, there's been mining activity that has occurred on Miss O'Brien's property that has been affected. We acknowledge that. There was a point in time it was reclaimed. It's been impacted twice by flooding, pretty significantly, once in 2013 and again in 2023. So not too long ago. So the current vegetation is likely not desirable. I think we would agree with that. The plan before you is a plan to revegetate that area.
And that's what we're talking about, is what it has to look like before they can get bond release.
Correct.
If they walk it away, that's what the state would put it back to with, under that bond.
Now, when you say that there was a point in time it was reclaimed, what are you relying upon? And are you claiming that there was actually topsoil put back?
I can't speak to the topsoil, but looking at aerial photos, which Patrick demonstrated or showed, there was a point in time where you can clearly see vegetation was established in that area, even after the 2023 flood. Multiple inspection reports indicated the adequacy of that vegetation. Again, it was redisturbed in 2013 with the flood and then again in 2023. So there's been multiple levels of effect on all the properties, not just including Miss O'Brien's.
So just to, again, I'm sorry, but for me to clarify, the bond will not be released until it's desired vegetation versus invasive species.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, we've been going back and forth a bit, so I think we're at division rebuttal.
No,
No.
application presentation.
Okay,
Can we take a break?
it is 11, so let's take a quick break. What do you think? 10, 15?
We also have one.
10 minutes?
Lunch just showed up.
Yeah, but we don't.
Okay, we'll get back in 10 minutes.
I think you're format for the applicant says it.
We're taking it. for 10 minutes.
I'm. Yes.
And then so like the inspections. And then of course, it's just been way out of the guidelines of what they. What this is, remember that list of
Oh, yeah.
6 things? And we've got to get hands around this, or we're gonna be going. Yeah, because he's gonna come back, he's gonna.
Morning.
No.
You don't want to listen to that guy's dribble.
Okay, almost ready.
He was a little stuck. We always do.
Wait just a little bit because I don't see the objector and here yet, so.
They were told the time and we're a couple minutes late.
So am I good here? Camille, am I good with the way I'm doing this here? I know people first, I just want to just make sure. There we go. So I can advance. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we ready, Cammy?
Right. Here it was.
Okay, call this meeting back to order. And the applicant, would you introduce yourselves? And you have 60 minutes. We'd like to keep you on what is relevant in front of us, not other jurisdictions and what's in front of us today. Thank you.
Yes, so good morning again, or I guess close to good afternoon. My name is Polly Jessen with Kaplan Kirsch LLP. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. And I'd like to thank again the division for working with us, the board for hearing what's likely to be a long hearing. And just as a couple of words of introduction, we are here, of course, to seek approval of amendment application, and in particular, an amendment application to expand the boundaries of permit number 1986-123 to ensure that reclamation is properly completed. This amendment is purely for reclamation. It is not related to direct mining. And the pre-hearing order, as you know, does limit our presentation of certain topics that are in dispute, of which there were 5 in the order. So during this presentation, you'll hear from Ken Colson, who will talk a little bit about Colson Excavating. Peter Wayland is our environmental engineer, and he'll be discussing the reclamation plan in more detail, and it'll be an opportunity to ask us directly about that plan. And in particular, the substitute water supply plan and how that works. We have on tap also Todd Williams, who is the water engineer in the augmentation plan water cart approval process. They'll be able to talk to you a little bit about the sufficiency of the rights and the likelihood of the augmentation plan being approved in timing. And then Sean Rutledge is the attorney in that water court case. And he'll talk a little bit about the status and address some of these procedural questions about how that gets wrapped up and resolved. So with that, I'd like to introduce Ken Colson to say a few words. Ken, please introduce yourself. And
hi, I'm Ken Colson, president of Colson Excavating. We're a 4th generation sand and gravel producer in northern Colorado. We would, yeah, we'd like to get this resolved. It's been going on for a while, and we appreciate you guys hearing what's going on, and we appreciate Patrick and his group. I know he's done a lot of work on it, and hopefully we can get this resolved. So thank you.
yes, and I'd like to ask just one question.
Yes.
Ken, do you intend to abandon the site in your bond?
Absolutely not. Yeah, you know, we live, they're our neighbors, and Randy, Linda's brother, would like us to get this finished up and get done, and that's what we were trying to do. So, yes.
Just curiosity, do you
Yes.
have other permits for sand and gravel operations in the state?
Yes, we got 1, 2, 3, right now, 4 others, 1 in Weld County and 2 others in Larimer County.
Thank you.
Next, I'm going to introduce Peter Wayland, who's here on my right. Peter, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Sure.
Peter's going to walk us through the reclamation plan, and in particular, give you some of the details, perhaps with a little repetition, so excuse us, but we're trying to make sure we're on the record as making our affirmative case.
My name is Peter Wayland. My company is Wheeland Inc.
I've been, my background is in geology and hydrogeology. I have a master's from CU in hydro. I've been in this space for about 25 years doing sand and gravel mining permits, water resource engineering, that sort of thing. I've been first came involved with the site around 2002, I believe. I looked back in the record and I was like, wow, that's some time. But from what I understand, mining began about 1987. Was completed in around 06 or 05, I guess it sounds like. The majority of the site was reclaimed in 2008. And 2015, we filed a technical revision to, basically it was just an as-built of the current state of the land at the time, with some specification for some final revegetation in some areas and whatnot. Since then, you know, we've been working towards the, you know, the long-term augmentation of the water, which has basically kept us from reclaiming the site and releasing the bond, if you will. So I'm going to just go through each of the exhibits that we prepared in order to meet the rules and regs of Mine Land Reclamation Board and whatnot. So first of all, we have here, look at this, just get a feel for how I can zoom. This is the exhibit C1. So this is currently the state of the land as it occurs today. Not seeing, there's my mouse.
Okay.
It's not right. Pardon me here. Navigate. This. Back. Okay. Trying to zoom into this a bit. Well, possibly you can see, looks like you've got a better image of it over there. Essentially, what triggered the board hearing in September was, as part of the water court augmentation plan, the water attorney suggested that we minimize some of the liability by backfilling one of these ponds. There used to be a pond in the western portion here. And so Olson set out to backfill that pond to reduce the augmentation liability from exposed groundwater. And in doing so, there was a bunch of superficial materials in the northern portion here that were still a result of being deposited from the 2013 flood, which overcame the I-25 bridge over here to the west and brought a bunch of sand and gravel onto that overbank. And I believe Colson was also contracted by CDOT back after the flood to clean up this area and remove the sand and gravels and basically restore some of this ground. And so, you know, I guess they worked outside the permit in that sense. But, you know, honestly, they kind of thought they were trying to continue to reclaim that land from the flooding and clean it up. Maybe they weren't quite as aware that they were involving that material into the permit area. Long story short, here we are. We are expanding the permit area to include this area to the north, where we did some work outside the permit area. There was some area also to the north here that back in the, you know, probably the 80s or 90s, early 2000s. Yeah.
Do you have a pointer or a mouse that you?
Yeah, I'm using a my pointer here, but maybe it's not showing up on your.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
You're not seeing that
We have
cursor.
two north areas.
Yeah, so there's I'm in the northeast area now, which is on the east, to the right, north of the historical permit boundary, which is the line going vertically, horizontally across. So this area, from what I understand, there's some mining that occurred up in there, and then topsoil was replaced and it was revegetated. successfully as of 2018. There was great vegetation growing in there. And then if you look in the middle parcel, north of the historical permit boundary, that's an area essentially where Colson had been doing some processing. And from my understanding, that was never actually mined through. And so we understand that there is good topsoil underneath the, the more recent flood muck that's accumulated in there. So it is our contention that there is good suitable subsoil, topsoil in there that will establish growth as it had previously. And so that's, these are the areas that we show as being areas that we're going to go back and reclaim. This is probably a better map to show some of that. This is pretty much the same map. It's just showing an aerial photo base of the existing condition on the site. And the areas which are not shaded are what we're considering to be the affected area. And so all these areas that are not shaded within the permit boundary will undergo revegetation and reclamation as required by the rule to bring it into compliance. So let me see. I guess that's pretty well established that this is the current condition on the site. That the ground where they were previously working out. Okay, so the ground north of the historical permit boundary and to the west, where they had been working. There's some grass that's reestablished in there, but there still are some floodplain deposits in there, and we propose to clean those up, put topsoil, and revegetate that area as well. So I guess we're moving into the reclamation plan proper.
May I interrupt you for a moment, Peter?
Yeah, sure, of course.
Does this plan include revegetation of Ms. O'Brien's property?
Absolutely. And here we can see very clearly that in those areas which are currently have poor revegetation or poor vegetation established, even the areas where vegetation is decent, we're going in there and we're gonna seed it and make sure we have good hardy established vegetation in those areas. So let's talk about the reclamation plan with regards to grading of topography, rule 3.1.58 and 3.151. So the idea is to reclaim, we've got natural open waters planned for the site. There's also residential on the site. There are 2 houses and there's a plan for a third, which is actually being constructed presently on Randy's parcel to the very, and gosh, I wish you could see this pointer. This is difficult. Wait, what's this? There we go. All right, now we're in business.
What is the houses?
So Ms. O'Brien's house is in this right here in the middle center parcel, which is this. Randy Curtwright's house here, which was formerly Darlene Curtwright's house, is in this area. Darlene was one of the original landowners. Darlene and her husband Virgil were the ones that Mr. Colson executed the lease agreement with back in 1986 to mine this land. So this is here now a piece of Randy Curtwright owns this parcel to the east, and he is now constructing a new residential structure in this area. It's been permitted by the Laramie County Building Department. And so we've removed that from the affected area because Laramie County has good jurisdiction to make sure that land is going to be reclaimed properly. So let me explain a little bit about the 3-to-1 slope, 3-to-1 versus 2-to-1 versus steeper slopes, and the process that we went through to arrive at determining the adequacy of the slopes on the site as regards to satisfying the rule. What I did is I used a pretty high resolution LiDAR topography, which is, plus or minus a foot resolution. And I went through and I, analyzed all the slopes, and I put feature lines that tells me exactly what slope is when I run across the slope. And I looked at all the slopes and the majority of them, as Patrick indicated, are less than 3-to-1. There are some that are greater than 3-to-1, and this doesn't show up very well, but this dark area is an area where we're going to regrade all those slopes, which are steeper than 3-to-1. We're going to regrade those to 3-to-1. And this is simply a cut exercise. We're not going to be doing any filling of any of these ponds or water areas adjacent to that slope. We're simply cutting the slope back. And we're not going to affect any of that existing water that's in that area or any of the riparian zones or any of that nature. There are a couple of more slopes down in here that are steeper that we're gonna polish those slopes up. A couple in here. You know, all in all, there's not a whole lot of work that needs to be done. This area is probably the biggest area that needs to be flattened, if you will. And that, just in passing, that wasn't done by Colson. That was actually done by the landowner who, by the way, Randy Curtright, who happens to have a pretty large scale track hoe excavator on site. Just something that we can talk. We'll talk a little bit about that later. But I'm going to go into some of the more specifics of the rule and explain. The majority of the site was backfilled in 2008, and the way the site looked in 2008 is not a whole lot different from what it looks like today, with the exception of this area to the west, which was formerly the site of a few acres of pond in there, which was backfilled in 2023, when this all sort of came about. Okay, so the soils that were used to backfill, you know, the old mined out pits, they're partially backfilled. You know, I did some research on the geology of the mineralogy of the area, and to be compliant with rule 3.1.511, which is regarding any of the soils are known to toxically leach, chemicals. And so the majority of the deposits are quartz, feldspar, granites. They're not known to leach acid, or there's no reason to believe that these are, sort of mine waste type materials that'll be in any way compromising to groundwater or surface water. There's no off-site materials will be used to backfill the site. The reclamation has been done in a manner to control erosion and siltation, compliant with rule 3.1.53. There's really very little disturbance out there that is going to run off, and if so, we do have CDPHE permits to cover stormwater runoff on the site. The timeline we're looking at is, like we said, like Patrick said, 1.5 years. We can get this work done. We'd like to get it done quickly and be done with this site, to be honest with you. Most of the mine materials all the mine materials have been removed from the site, so there's no mining associated with this permit application. It's purely reclamation. Again, there's no reason to believe any of the on-site materials that we'll be using. There is presently on the west side here a significant amount of topsoil that was left over from the mining act. It was segregated and left over, and that material is more than adequate in volume to cover the topsoil activities that we propose. And we believe strongly that we can easily get this done in 1.5 years. The initial bores that we used to assess the aggregate deposits were mined through years ago and reclaimed, compliant with rule 3.1.56. And then I already went over the slope grading here. And again, I believe, Patrick made a wonderful presentation of how, he observed the slopes that were not 3-to-1 have really great willows mostly established on them, which are, they're not just random wheat, they're actually willows for the majority of the plant species first. As I've witnessed, and it would be a shame to rip those out. And they are small in nature, those areas. They're extremely stable. We believe that that's a really a good plan to claim this in the spirit of what the rule is looking for.
Pat,
Yeah.
Peter, is it your understanding the board has discretion to approve those vegetated slopes, even though they're steeper than recommended?
I believe so. I believe so. It sounds as though the policy has been such that in the past, this has been an approved specification. So that's kind of it in terms of the plans and what we've done. Oh, well, I guess I'm gonna address some of the other issues of where we've gone with the plan in sort of response to some of the objectors. In the interest of time, you know, we're gonna keep it all sort of in that realm, and we'll just give a little bit of background of the background pertaining to the objections is, you know, in terms of Colson, the operator has worked on this site for decades and has always maintained strong, amicable working relationships with the family, starting with Darlene and Virgil Curtright, which were the parents of the current property owners, Linda and Randy. And relative to the longstanding relationship, Colsons have had these, you know, these objections are all very recent. And it should be noted, Colson's had many years of operating on the O'Brien property without objection from O'Brien's. Colson maintains a good relationship with Randy Curtright, son of Virgil and Darlene, and brother of Linda O'Brien, who owns the property on either side of the O'Brien. So Randy owns the parcels on both sides and the majority of the land, if you will. Colson's legal counsel first reached out to the O'Brien's attorney in January. And between then and May, there were numerous conversations between the parties in an effort to resolve any of these objections. The attorney repeatedly asked the objectors for a list of actions that could be taken to satisfy O'Brien's objections.
You can do that after the presentation is complete, not right now.
I can't object to improper testimony
No,
as it's happening.
after this is
I got
complete, you can.
constant objections during my attempt to present testimony on cross-examination.
I'll respond quickly. He's not discussing any of the negotiations, just the series of contacts. Our obligation was to reach out and try to address objections directly as an applicant. This is simply a chronology of communications in that regard.
That's all I have to say about that. So I'm going to move on to the, I'm going to respond to the objections regarding the adequacy of the reclamation plan specifically. As Patrick so well explained, and as I'm going to explain, we believe that the reclamation plan meets the requirements of the DRMS rules. We believe that the soils in question north of, well, let's talk about specifically the soils in these areas are adequate to support vegetation, and the objectors have given no substantive data on a soil profile. They simply stated what the surface looks like, but there have been no cores of soil, no borings. There's nothing to suggest otherwise, that there's not suitable topsoil underneath some of these flood deposits, if you will. And again, we will meet the objective of establishing vegetation. Otherwise, we won't receive our bond back and be able to get out from under this. So it is in our interest to make sure that this site is revegetated, and we will absolutely will do so. And, you know, honestly, I think that's the, you know, I think I discussed mostly their objection around the slopes. I think we have demonstrated clearly that the slopes will meet the rules of reclamation. Now we can talk a little bit about I'm gonna go right into some drawings around the water information, and specifically, you know, Jared pointed out during one of our meetings that, you know, the fact that that ground is low north of these ponds in this area, and this is just a blow up of the areas of the pond. 4 would be just south of here. And this is the ground that is indeed lower than it was historically. And it's a bit of a depression. And, you know, Jared mentioned that that site needs to have some work done to meet the hydrologic balance, or rule 3.16 is I think where that's coming from. And we agree that that's an issue. And on some, you know, come to find out, there's a existing culvert here in the north end of the site, the northeast corner of the site, which is an 18-inch culvert that is 20, almost 30 feet long, I think. Goes under there's an access road on the north part of the property here. By the way, this is an access road that is an easement that Colson has. They own the adjoining property to the east. This culvert was installed for the purpose of facilitating dewatering of the perlite pits. And so they would pump water into a ditch that would run north, and then it would drain to the river. And they needed that invert to be fairly low to be able to get positive drainage from the south to the north, to be able to dewater the site. And so the culverts remained there throughout the years. And so what I did here to figure out the flooding issues was I developed some HEC-RAS modeling based on the existing regulatory model for the site, basically the FEMA model. And I looked at a flow that was similar to the 2023 event, which was, as best I can tell, it was, you know, 1,600 CFS to maybe 2,000 CFS in this reach of the river. The nearest gauge is in Loveland to get real data from, but there's significant more inflow that can come into the river from that gauge to this point. The river's typically gaining downstream a little bit in this area. There's a bunch of drainage from the highway that comes in. Anyways, the attempt of using HEC-RAS was to really just sort of simulate an event similar to that 2023 event. It's not intended to be a regulatory model. I'm not mapping the 100-year floodplain here. That's clearly the jurisdiction of Larimer County Engineering, which I might add, I have a long-standing relationship with. I've had extensive phone conversations with them, very specific on the site and exactly what we're planning to do here. And it was the consensus with Larimer County Engineering that no, we did not need to do 100-year floodplain mapping here. No, we do not. We're not proposing any filling operations above. So you're allowed to fill ponds. That's part of the rules and regs, because ponds are modeled as ineffective flow areas. And so filling of ponds is permissible under the dredge and fill. You're allowed to do that and it won't cause a rise in the floodwater surface elevation. So that's the only filling that we're doing would be filling below ground, filling those ponds. And that's certainly allowed without any FEMA floodplain permitting. And I think the division understands that, and therefore they didn't request that we look into that any further. And so I guess let me go back to the idea of the modeling that I used was to determine, so what if we plug off this pipe here, right? And figure out, well, when is this flood going to breach the banks of the river, not having that conduit? And so this tool that I developed with HEC-RAS was merely to show that, you know, with about 2,100 CFS, the river will stay within its banks, and it will not overcome the bank and then nuisance flood this field, if you will. And so the idea is we're gonna put a gate on that pipe that will stay closed. There's really no operation of this gate. It'll normally be closed if there's a flood event that does breach that road embankment greater than, say, 2100 CFS, which is approximately about the 5-year flood. But I want to avoid being very specific. We're not modeling to the absolute hundredth of a foot, the 5-year storm event here. We are just using this as a tool to demonstrate that if we plug the pipe up, then we will then realize much better conditions for these lower flooding conditions. We'll alleviate the sort of nuisance flooding from the lower flow events. And then, let's say the flood does breach the banks. We'll then have a mechanism between the combination of this gate and a swale that we've designed it'll essentially enable the property to drain the bigger floods off the land after that flood recedes. And yes, that would need to be operated by the landowner ultimately, but I would think certainly if they didn't want to have a flood, a pond persisting after a big flood, it seems like that would be kind of a nice thing to have, that they would be fine with just opening that gate once every 10 years or so, sort of thing. Wouldn't require sort of the effort that every time it rains, they got to go out there and operate this thing. It's more of a tool they can use to drain that field if there's a big event that will breach that natural embankment. So this is the mitigation strategy we propose. This is just more details on this swale that will then run to, and here's more of a detail of where the swale would terminate and outlet to this existing pipe, which goes under the existing access road here. Okay, and then I provide a detail of an example of such a slide gate is typically used in agricultural applications. It's the extent if the land's gonna be used for farming, farmers know how to open and close sluice gates. It's just part of their sort of daily operation of agricultural land. So that's consistent with the reclamation plan. Having to operate another sluice gate is something that farmers all know how to do quite well. I guess the other thing is, okay. So again, the intention of the HEC-RAS is not to be absolute floodplain modeling. It's just a tool to sort of mitigate this nuisance flooding. I'm going to move on because I'm running out of time. Substitute water supply plan, it's approved in compliance with DWR. The notion that we don't have enough bonding. We have water rights pledged. We have 2 different dedications of water rights. We have 0.5 shares of Hillsborough, which is the #1 water right on the Big Thompson River. The firm yield of that half of a unit is 26.7 acre feet of historical conceptive use credit, which is the amount that you actually can realize if you change the right over to augmentation use. We also have 11 shares of hill and brush that have been dedicated, of which we now understand we only have dry up for about 7 of those shares. Those 7 shares would yield 46.19 acre feet. The evaporative depletion for this site are 43. So we have a total of 72 acre feet to cover potential depletion of 43.95. So clearly we have plenty of dedicated water rights. Legal right to entry. Colson's legal right of entry to the Bryan property is longstanding. Colson has had access since 1986. Linda O'Brien did not object for decades, in which she was the owner until only recently. Entry is provided by 3 different legal documents that meet the requirements of Rule 6414. Social legal right to entry, a 1930 deed, granting right away across the Kurt Wright O'Brien parcel. Linda O'Brien's 1992 deed indicating she took the deed subject to existing uses. I believe that might be the crux of the applicant's case for legal right to entry. 1986 agreement between Virgil Curtright and the applicant allowing for mining and reclamation was executed prior to Ms. O'Brien taking title to her deed in 1992. Moreover, this entry is being sought purely to complete reclamation. We're not going to mine on Ms. O'Brien's property. We just want to reclaim it. And this is, I think, a common goal that we have. And if we're a little confused at the why that's so contentious, but we really just want to get this reclaimed. Impacts to wildlife. So the idea that I think Patrick went over it pretty well, and it was discussed earlier. We had this agreement with Fish and Wildlife that where we established a 300-foot buffer for the mouse, endangered species. The letter clearly states from the original approval, clearly states that if the habitat is not suitable, which is clearly defined by that the road and the thin riparian area, then certainly we're allowed to work in that area. And we got concurrence from that and more recently, clearly we're not attempting to do any work in mouse habitat, which is defined by the riparian area. The area that we're working in has been mowed historically. They keep it quite well mowed. The mouse, they like tall grasses, riparian zone. There's a dirt road that separates sort of that riparian zone and the areas that we attempt or are looking to do some temporary work in, if you will, to reclaim.
10 minutes.
10 minutes? Okay. So I believe that certainly we're consistent with that finding of Fish and Wildlife Service that what we're doing here is within the jurisdiction of that letter, if you will. Reclamation costs, I believe that Patrick presented an excellent case on that. I don't have much more to say. I mean, I think we've explained that we do meet the rules and regulations, and we've worked really hard with Patrick to make sure that we are meeting the rules and regulations of mineland reclamation. And it's been a long process and difficult process. It's been difficult to manage some of the objections, and we're trying to accommodate in what ways we thought we could. And so, yeah, it's taken some time, but we want to get this done. We would like to get this site reclaimed.
Couple quick questions, Peter. Number one, what was your role in the substitute water supply plan?
I was the one that engineered that.
Secondly, what's the basis for the bonding being sufficient if the augmentation plan fails?
The basis is
what was the role of the dedicated water rights?
So the water rights will then go to the state should, Colson become insolvent. Those water rights are dedicated to the plan until such time as the permanent augmentation plan is instated or adjudicated. If it's never adjudicated, then the water rights are dedicated to the site into perpetuity. There's no term on that other than the moving target of permanent augmentation. So the Hillsborough is a tremendously valuable water right. Hill and Brush is also a decent water right and is adequate to, I guess, in lieu of bonding. And we also have we've also committed to in this amendment that should we not get this amendment, that we will file another amendment to include clay lining of the rest of these ponds. And just I might add that in today's world of water resources, that could become a pretty valuable asset, honestly, to create a water storage facility out of those. It's a pretty sought after commodity these days.
Thank you, Peter. I'd like to have Todd Williams take a moment and talk about the sufficiency of water and that technical aspect of the augmentation plan. There's been some concern raised about whether that's going to happen. Todd, could you go ahead and introduce yourself? I think we have probably 5 minutes or so, and then we can have Sean jump in on the process.
Okay, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you for having me today. As mentioned, my name is Todd Williams. I'm a water resource engineer with Williams and Weiss Consulting, and I'm going to speak to the adequacy of the water supplies that are going to be used to meet Colson's permanent augmentation requirements. I hold an undergraduate degree in civil engineering from the Colorado School of Mines, a master's degree in civil engineering specializing in water resource planning and management from Colorado State University, and I've worked as a water resource engineer for 29 years, including for municipal water providers and as a consultant for the last 20 years for municipal and private clients. Specific to developing engineering for water court cases, I've been involved in developing multiple completed water court cases within the Big Thompson River Basin. So I'm part of the team developing the engineering report in support of Colson's water court case, the 2019 CW 3157 case, to develop a permanent augmentation plan. As mentioned previously, I've been part of multiple water court cases in the Big Thompson Basin. Those other cases were a little simpler than what Colson's is. Colson has 5, they have multiple gravel pits up and down the Big Thompson, including the Curtright property. It's one of 5 that are being augmented, and they have a multiple augmentation supplies that are going to be used within the augmentation plan. So it requires some complex analysis of the demands and the water supplies to make sure that we can meet the requirements of the aug plan. It should be noted that complex augmentation plans for sand and gravel companies can take many years to get completed. Loveland Ready Mix, their case 2000 CW 142 took 9 years from the point of application to being decreed. That being said, I'm going to walk through real quick the supplies that are included in Colson's current aug plan. They have 19 shares in the Hill and Brush Ditch Company, as Peter alluded to. There's going to be a limited number of those that we can use with adequate dry up. But we have 5.5 shares in the Hillsborough Ditch Company that Colson owns that do have adequate dry up. And we have 10 shares in the Big Thompson and Platte River Ditch Company. The Hillsborough and the Big Thompson and Platte River Ditch shares were added within the recently amended 2019 CW 3157 court case. Both the Hillsborough and the Big Thompson and Platte River shares are very reliable water supplies. As Peter alluded to, the Hillsborough Ditch controls the majority of the #1 priority on the Big Thompson River, so it yields even in very dry years. The Big Thompson and Platte River Ditch is typically the calling right on the lower portion of the Big Thompson River for the majority of the irrigation season, so it does get water even in dry years through the entire irrigation season. The other supply that Colson has that's very reliable is they have leases with municipal water providers, one of which is 150 acre feet with the city of Loveland. And then as of this last Monday, the town of Johnstown's council just approved another 100 acre feet lease with Colson Excavating. So with the supplies that I just listed, I feel very confident that Colson has adequate water supplies in the current water court application to meet their collective permanent augmentation needs. In fact, our initial engineering analysis is showing that Colson has approximately 280 acre feet of excess permanent water supplies on an average annual basis in relation to their demands. Having those senior and reliable sources that have been added, such as Hillsborough and the Big Thompson and Platte River Ditch, that's going to go a long ways in terms of meeting objector issues, making sure we're protecting downstream water rights. And will allow us to hopefully get the case finalized in a relatively quick fashion. So I think hopefully I've given you just a little bit of insight into the current status of the aug plan and the adequacy of their water supplies. I'll turn it back to Polly, and I think Sean Rutledge will talk about the water court process.
Yeah, let's have Sean provide a quick update on that, and that will be close out our affirmative presentation. Go ahead, Sean, please introduce yourself and let us know a little bit about the status of that case. I think you're muted.
Okay, how about that? Does that work?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. So yeah, my name is Sean Rutledge. I graduated from law school in 2001 at the University of Colorado and went to the Division I Water Court and clerked there. Then I came back to Loveland, my hometown, to work among other things in water rights and work primarily there. I've gotten to know the Colsons throughout the years as stalwart members of our community. And we've been honored to work with them on this augmentation plan. And we got this thing started in 2019. The case number is 2019 CW 3157. 2019 designates the date of our filing of this. And so as I think it's been sort of indirectly alluded to, water court cases are prolonged and dynamic. And our overall approach here has been to meet with the objectors and try and resolve their issues. And we've had to deal with that with some dynamic circumstances. Exhibit 8 sets forth a copy of a stipulated motion that I filed in November of 23 asking for leave of court. We had a trial scheduled. At that point, the trial had been scheduled in November or February of 24. And now that motion was granted, and then so we resubmitted we got leave, and we were able to resubmit a new application. That's the I believe Exhibit 7, second amended application. As Mr. Williams points out, it is replete with a very large supply. To my lights, we're going to be able to resolve this matter hopefully within this year. On the outside chance that we are unable to do that, there is sort of a drop dead date here, and a trial's been scheduled, and we have reserved trial time beginning March 22nd, 2027. And the trial court would not necessarily be very unlikely that the trial court would say there's simply no augmentation plan here. Typically what happens is the objectors would propose terms and conditions that other objectors or ourselves may oppose. But the likelihood of us coming away with a without any augmentation plan would be, that would obviously be catastrophic, and it doesn't seem at all probable to me. So at any rate, I hope to get this thing resolved in 2026. We're getting new engineering to the objectors and draft decrees at the beginning of the year. We'll have that year to work through all those issues. And then if we have to go to trial in the beginning of 2027, early 27, we'll have to do that. I am aware that this case has taken a long time. As it's been pointed out, in the cases I've been involved with that involved augmentation of gravel pits, they actually even took longer. And a lot of that is because of the interaction between the technical people and the courts and the sort of dynamic situation that is unfolding. When we had to take leave from this case, one of the things we had to do is secure an agreement with the ditch companies to be able to use their supply. So we had to do all that. The court is aware that we're doing this. We haven't gone more than, I think, 4 months without having some sort of conversation with the court. There has been no delay prevention order or anything like that issued. And I think we're on the right track to getting this thing wrapped up. So that's
Thank you, Sean.
take any questions or anything anybody has.
I do just have a few cross-examination questions for Mr. Rutledge.
Sure.
You will have the opportunity for rebuttal soon, but not right now.
Hey, Karn.
The rules say we should be entitled to
Sorry.
cross-examination.
Hang on a second. Hey, Karn, this is Chuck Koyman. I'm board's attorney. Yeah, I think just I think it might make sense to hold the cross till after the presentation is done, but we usually there's nothing wrong with having that cross-examination of specific witnesses outside of the rebuttal time.
So
It just comes from his allotted time for that.
And you're complete with your presentation.
We do. I wanted to just make one quick question to Sean.
Sure.
So Sean, is this among or the most complex water augmentation cases you've been involved in?
Yeah, it is. And one of the things that is complicated is that you're delivering water from various supplies. And we have depletion points that stretch over quite a region. So we've had to find, not just one supply, but several supplies so that we could reach all those places in supplying augmentation water and timing and amount as required by the statute.
Thank you. That concludes our presentation.
Okay, thank you. We may have questions from the board and then you can have an opportunity as well.
Counselor, you went over by 3.
We're
Over by 3.
Question, when you were talking about reestablishing vegetation in that area, which is in the middle there, it had good topsoil, and then you mentioned that the floods have deposited their stuff. Do you remove that first to get down to topsoil? And if you remove it, where does it go?
Good question. So in this area up in here, we're gonna remove some of those remaining alluvial deposits from the flood. There's, 6 inches or so. There's not a whole lot left. They were in the process of doing that before we were shut down, if you will. And so in this area, yes. In this area, I believe, a lot of those, it doesn't appear to be sand and gravel deposits in there as much as there is some fine siltation that occurred because, again, this, I think, was mostly the result of these lower flow flood just coming in here at a low velocity, didn't deposit more than just the fines. And so I think we'll be effective in here by just roughening the soil and potentially disking it and
Essentially blending it in with the topsoil, the top layers of the topsoil.
Yeah.
So when the flood came, so that northwest corner overflowed the flood, kind of overflowed the road by.
Yeah, so this is the bridge over the Big Thompson River here.
I-25.
I-25. The I-25 bridge, and the flood literally overtopped that bridge. And it was such force. There was a lot of water coming through here, and then it expanded because it was forced through that narrow choke, and then it expanded and then dropped out all that sediment that would have been in suspension after coming across that narrow bridge area.
Where the other side, it just seeped through that, it backwashed through that culvert more to flood that area. So if you put a gate in there in the swale, that if that had been in place, that probably wouldn't have happened.
Well, the 2013 was an extraordinary event.
Yeah.
But the 2023 event, certainly we would have prevented any water from getting into the site there. That combined, and I forgot to mention that on the west side, there's a borrow ditch, the CDOT borrow ditch along this west boundary. And they excavated a pretty sizable ditch in there as part of the I-25 expansion project, which was recently completed in that area. And they actually, the modeling I did showed that that ditch was pretty much inundated for those lower flows, all the way up to this corner. And it turns out that some excavation of the right bank of that ditch was done by, we believe it was the landowner, Randy, took a little bit of that soil out and compromised that right bank of the CDOT borrow ditch. So when that flood came up in here and then combined, there's a bunch of big culverts that come out from the road drainage right there. So when those two combine, the backwater effect appears to have created a bit more flooding in this area as well. But we propose to restore that right bank of the borrow ditch in there to alleviate that nuisance flooding as well onto Randy's property. And it could migrate. The ground is so flat in here. It also moves around. So the idea is we'll mitigate these lower flow flooding events on the west side and on the east side. On the east side, of course, by plugging up this culvert that's a direct conduit for creating flooding, if you will.
Thank you.
Sure.
Other questions from the board? And come on up.
I just have a few brief questions for Mr. Rutledge, if he's still available online.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Rutledge, on the augmentation plan, if all goes well and you get your augmentation plan approved as you would like, that plan still has to be administered after that, right?
Administered meaning, yes, the supplies have to be delivered to the river pursuant to the terms and conditions of that. Yes.
Okay, and who owns those supplies after your plan gets approved?
As far as the leased water, we have the legal right to continue to use those for many years, but the cities own the water. As to the ditch shares, Colson's own those.
Okay, so somebody in your plans, Colson has to deliver water to the river under an approved plan, right?
Yes.
And you said you have a lease you'll have a lease for many years from City of Loveland, right?
Right.
Okay, and what happens if Colson's goes bankrupt in the future? If they're not around anymore? Who owns that water?
Well, we have so we have an option. Part of the negotiation with the city of Loveland was that they achieved an option to purchase some of the property. And one of the conditions of the lease is that to the extent we fail in anything, getting the structures that they're going to purchase augmented, then the water that's under that lease goes to that, whether and we have no remaining rights to claim it to go anywhere else. So the lease actually, the leased water actually dedicates it to the purposes of augmentation. We can't take it somewhere else.
Okay, so does Colson's have to continue dedicating any water under your plan?
I'd like to object to this line of questioning. It's not relevant. The augmentation plan is an authorized way to achieve the hydrological balance requirements of the rules. And this is, I'm guessing, going to the bonding amount, which is, there is no bonding for an augmentation plan that satisfies the rules.
So there is no bonding amount for an augmentation plan that satisfies the rules. Okay.
There is
I
no
guess
bonding required for an augmentation plan. The augmentation plan satisfies.
Okay. Well, but if the augmentation plan must be administered indefinitely, correct?
That's correct.
And so if Colson's isn't around to administer it, we still have open air pits that they are leaving
Again,
on
I'd
this
like to
property
object. This is not the
that will be
jurisdiction.
harming other water rights users, right?
Well,
hold on a second. This is Chuck Wyman. I'm counsel for the board. Chairman, so we've got an objection to relevancy of this line of questioning, and might be appropriate for the board to rule on that objection and to determine whether or not this line of questioning keep going. I just want to make sure both parties that I understand what the objection is. It's that
I think we can, in the interest of time, I mean, the question's been asked and answered, and that's my last question. So
perfect. Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, any more questions? Any hungry stomachs? We're gonna take a break. We're gonna take a lunch break, 40 minutes. So We will reconvene at 5 minutes until 1. Promptly. Okay.
Unmuted.
We're ready to restart our meeting. And we're going to a presentation by objectors, and we did have objectors use up a bunch of time. And I think Russ counted 38 minutes, but we might give you a few more. So that you have more than 22 minutes.
We're doing our best.
At least 5 more minutes than 60 minus 38.
22 plus 5.
Okay,
Hey,
well, if we are
sorry.
ready-
Sorry, this is Chuck Koyman, counsel for the board. Karn and Russ, just want to make sure that the 60 minutes I think they had allotted was for their presentation. So make sure that when you're accounting for time that cross came out of their rebuttal time, which wasn't a ton, but that should help kind of smooth things out too.
Okay, well, yeah, they use more time than they have for rebuttal, but we'll try to balance it out the best we can. So
If it works, we'll try to work with the grand total perhaps.
Yes.
Because I think our direct won't be as long as we thought. So, and if you're ready, we would start by calling Dan Giroux, the O'Brien's engineer. And I thought you would be, can you pull up a chair next to Jean there perhaps would be best?
Okay, now it's not gonna show on the back because they're PDFs, guys. But
Well, Dan, can you just start by telling us who you are and a little bit about your qualifications?
Sure. Good afternoon. I'm Dan Giroux. I'm a Colorado professional engineer since let's just say, many decades ago. I'm a civil engineer, and I've been around the industry since 1984. Did my first permit with Gary Tuttle and Gib Riddall, who I think was actually the first director of the division, believe it or not, for what that's worth. I've worked on about 70 pits in that time period, and I've worked for somewhere between probably 15 and 20 operators. It starts to depend on how you count their sales. A lot of them started out as family operations, and over time they would get sold a time or two.
So you've certainly been in Colson's shoes or Mr. Whalen's shoes with a lot of things, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Let's start by talking about the slopes. There was some discussion previously about the slopes. What are your thoughts when it comes to the side slopes and the current plan for reclamation?
Yeah, I've got a couple concerns with the reclamation plan. I would say primary of those is the side slopes and the discussion of the side slopes. I have been out on site probably a half dozen times now, probably more. Most recently, just because of some of the side slope discussion, I went out to the site myself in person. I could not mobilize a surveyor in time, but us old engineers have our ways of checking these things. And my observation would be most measurements I took, all the measurements I took on pond 2 were steeper than 2 to 1. I don't think you have a slope on pond 2 that is 3 to 1. I think the extent of the rework that they're showing is probably less than half of what they've actually got to do there. I am aware of their comment that they're not wanting to disturb areas that are already well vegetated. I am not a vegetation specialist. I'm an engineer. So I'm the guy that works with those vegetation people to make sure they've got something to work with and something that works when we walk away and we're done with it. I think a lot of that vegetation, in my experience and what we've done, is not something we would particularly slow down. There may be some sensitive areas in there, but I think those could be mapped. Those could be viewed. I would actually characterize it that it's the minority of that perimeter. In addition, on Pond 3, that is also on the west bank. I think it's really well vegetated on the north, the east, and the south sides by Ms. O'Brien's residence. But
And let me stop you real quick.
Yep.
Gene, can you bring up number 15, just so everyone
Yeah,
maybe has.
graphics
the
are good.
regulation plan
Maps are great.
To look at as you're talking us through it.
Yep.
I think the board has physical copies, but if there's any trouble tracking with where he's referring to, that may help. But I'm sorry, proceed.
So on the west side, that is not 2-to-1 nor 3-to-1 slopes. Here we go.
On
Perfect.
Pond 3. Which,
Okay, yeah. Can I operate the mouse or, normally I want to stand up and I want to go talk at the monitor, but let's not do that.
You can, yeah, there,
Not getting mouse action.
here's this, and you gotta be kind of slow with it.
Ah,
It's your turn.
I'm getting mouse to that. There we go. Perfect. So yes, this entire south bank, extended from where they're showing the cross hatch area, that is also steeper than 3-to-1. This entire east bank is steeper than 3-to-1. On the north bank, steeper than 3-to-1. There also is a berm on that north edge, and that adverse slope or opposite slope on the north side is steeper than 3-to-1. We have on this west side of Pond 3, this is steeper than 3-to-1, and not much vegetation has held on. We have things that are 1.4 to 1.6-to-1 slopes. So they're short of even a 2-to-1 and much short of a 3-to-1. And with those type of slopes, when I'm out there and I'm measuring those things, I call a slope, you reach a point where it's sliding down your butt steep. They're not necessarily easily walkable, especially with some of the soil materials there. And that vegetation is having some of that same problem, just hanging on. The mitigating factor as well for me with the slopes is probably about a third of the permits that I've worked on have been ultimately ponds or reservoirs. And as you can imagine, you get wave action routinely all the time. And you get shoreline erosion, you'll get a drop off with that. And so we have to mitigate that. We either do that with additional slope or we do that with erosion protection. A lot of times it's cobbles, it's riprap. You've all been to reservoirs or lakes. You see them put that at the shoreline at that water level, and that's why they do that. Significantly between those two areas, this is what Ms. O'Brien refers to as her land bridge. And really what that is her access road to access that entire north area of her property. Right now, that land bridge, in my opinion, is just wide enough for them to navigate. I don't know if I would call it safe, depending upon what you're driving. If there's any kind of snow or moisture or anything, I don't think she can tolerate any more erosion of that width in there. She's got to have those banks bolstered, fortified, and she's got to have those stabilized completely. That is really probably the biggest problem I've got with the reclamation plan is those side slopes. And as you can tell, I'm pretty concerned about it. I'm surprised it wasn't inventoried and it wasn't disclosed or dealt with or addressed on this reclamation plan. I think the other thing, when you're having a pond property or a reservoir property, is getting down into that area if you ever have to do any maintenance. In particular, the one that worries me is you can see this area that is in the north end of Pond 2. And that area actually is about 6 foot lower than the land bridge and the surrounding area. Right now, Ms. O'Brien has no way to get to that property for any kind of reasonable, productive use whatsoever. I don't think she wanted it left in that condition. She did not expect it to be left in that condition. in my own view, I would not typically categorize that as reclaimed to a pasture condition until some of that vegetation is addressed. And also until she's got a way to reasonably get down there and maintain that and use it as she wants to use it. You can see that we do have the area around that pond 2. I believe that was formerly used for a dewatering ditch or a ditch to kind of work groundwater around the mining operations. That's still in place. We did engage a wetlands expert to come out and confirm that those are jurisdictional wetlands. That is, of course, a concern for Ms. O'Brien, because under the mining plan and where the federal Army Corps of Engineers understands that you've got things that take place and progress and are phased throughout a mining and reclamation operation, we've got rights to do things with that area that Ms. O'Brien will not have once the reclamation is complete. So I know that's definitely one of her goals, is to make sure that regardless of that side slope status and those embankments, to make sure that we have those wetlands areas addressed. And I think that's an issue that probably for their
Can you point that out on the map? I'm sorry, sir. Can you
Yeah,
point
I'm
that on
sorry.
the map so we're-
It's this ring,
Dan,
right?
Dan, I may be able to help a little bit.
Yeah.
If you wouldn't mind, we had a packet for you before. I'll hand it to you. Here, we lost. Take this one. First, tell us what that document is. The front, on the first page.
Huh?
I'm looking at exhibit 3 in the board's paper packet there.
So we have the wetland delineation report that was prepared by Darcy Tiglis. She is our biologist. She's a longtime associate of mine, going back probably 20, 25 years. So she is a very reliable wetland specialist. I have a lot of trust and confidence in her work. I've worked with her on probably, gosh, in excess of a half dozen cases. So she's been terrific. She's very practical, no nonsense, a scientist, frankly.
All right, and you can probably use the map that is several pages back in her report to highlight the locations that the board was asking about.
Do you have a page number for that? Okay, there.
The one I was thinking of, Dan, has several stars for the testing sites. Where she indicates the exact location of her wetlands tests.
Yeah. Yeah, with push pins.
There we
Yeah.
go.
There it is.
Yep.
Yeah. Much better illustration. Oh, we're a little bit.
You tell me up.
Oh, I see.
This one on the screen is sideways.
Yep, so north would be to your left in this orientation. So you can see Ms. O'Brien's residence, just down from that on this display. That is the pond 2 area. And then that north kind of island, if you will, that is the area I was discussing that is inaccessible for Ms. O'Brien right now. And does this one show the sampling points? Ultimately, Darcy did about 3 sampling points along the perimeter of that. I don't want to call it an oxbow. It's not a river oxbow. It kind of looks like it wants to function that way. Here we go. And I don't know if you've got the other map. Okay,
I think it was the.
I'm being patient. The lags with its technology. We love it.
Should be there.
Well, in any event, I think the push pins represent the sampling sites for her.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yes, so we've got three push pin sampling sites that Darcy specifically did her specific soil sampling. So she's looking for her 3 conditions to meet the requirements for wetlands. It's the hydric soils, the hydrology, and then the the vegetation or potential for vegetation.
Those would be these three.
Yes,
here, right?
yes, thank you.
Okay. And so she found some wetlands areas along that non-oxbow. Let's move on, just in the interest of time, and talk a little bit. You already talked about the land bridge considerations with
Yes.
the slopes. Tell us a little bit about the ponds themselves and the mudflat concerns that you.
Yeah, we've had the discussion with the operator as well as with DRMS staff that the pond 3 actually through what's actually taken place with the groundwater and the alluvial aquifer there, that pond has not been able to reliably sustain water levels. And so to some extent, and I know Ms. O'Brien has documented this with photos, it sits in more of a mudflat condition. So not particularly desirable, can be a mosquito breeding ground, and from there ends up being a health concern. So we try to avoid those wherever we can. I mean, a perfect pond is 6 to 10 feet deep with a nice, perfectly regulated water surface. Sometimes with the groundwater based ponds, we can actually get that function. I think this area is not in a position or situation where it's demonstrated that it can be a reliable water level. And so that goes down. Typically, the last big event, the spring 2023 event, of course, flooded this pond 3, as well as the area to the north. And we probably, I think actually Patrick even showed some of that flooding extent. So that recharged this pond. And over that time, it has just continued to fall over these past 2 years and has been back down to a mud flat type of level. So again, for that after use where the idea was it's pond or it's pasture, I think that's still what Ms. O'Brien is looking for. And what the expectation was for her was I've got either pond or I've got pasture, and other things that are not at a pond level or a pasture level are problematic for her to maintain and to use. And so that includes any areas of that pond 3 that turn into mud flats regularly and for long periods of time, as well as this kind of island area of pond 2.
Okay, thank you. And Jean, while we're talking, can you try to bring up exhibit 3 for me, or exhibit 4, please? So Dan, you talked about Darcy Tiglas's report on the wetlands. She also did a vegetation report for us, right? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I know Darcy's impression was she was obviously pretty disturbed about the condition of the revegetation north of the pond 2 and the pond 3. I think Patrick did show you a photo of that. It's been pretty devastated by the spring 2023 flood coming in, deposited a layer of sediment. I don't know how thick. It's a silt. It's not a particularly great medium for growth. Again, I'm an engineer. I'm a brown thumb, but I try to pay attention to what my vegetation people need. So I know she was pretty pessimistic about that without some significant work. And of course, really saying, hey, without topsoil amendments, without the full treatment, this is not going to be productive. It's not going to get where you want it to get for your pasture usage. Also had, I think, just some of the same questions and concerns about that island, in the north half of pond 2 as to whether that could be productive or how that could be reclaimed to be productive and useful for pasture for Ms. O'Brien.
Okay, Jean, could you go to page 2 for me towards the top? Dan, would you mind reading the second bullet point for us? Just the first sentence for us?
Sure, the seepage from pond 3?
Yes,
Yeah.
or no, much of the ground surface.
Okay, much of the ground surface is denuded due to a lack of organic material in the soil to support plant growth, and compaction of the superficial soils, creating difficulty for seeds to infiltrate the soil surface and germinate. I understand the area was underwater for a number of months after the 2013 flood, and again inundated after the 2023 flood event. It appears these flood events have scoured the topsoil away, leaving behind sediment, silt, and small gravel and rocks.
Okay, So you've been there in person and you've seen the vegetation such as it is. How would you describe the vegetation?
Well, again, without being a vegetation person, what I go to and I need help on, are these good plants or bad plants? I really can't tell. My thing as an engineer is 70% coverage, and how are we doing on that coverage? And that's about the only thing I can help with. And that's when I flag people and say, how does this come back? How does this work? But to me, not close to the 70% grow in coverage.
Is it grasses or is it weeds?
I do not know that answer. I have
What
to be
did
honest.
Ms. Tiglis conclude? Let's go to the third to last bullet point on the same page. Starting with the vegetative species observed.
Vegetative species observed in the north portion of the O'Brien parcel offers little to no grazing value for livestock as they are not nutrient rich or palatable. The few grasses that are palatable are found in very small numbers in the area, except for the inland saltgrass and sand drop seed. Both are found in monocultural pockets that are aerially limited, but neither is particularly palatable to livestock due to the roughness of the grass blades and the cottony nature of the seed panicle.
Okay, and then just also to point out bullet point 3 a little higher, she mentions noxious weeds found at the site too, right?
Yes.
And that's generally consistent with your in-person observations?
As relayed by Darcy to me, yes.
Okay. It didn't look like good quality pasture grass to you, did it?
I would say yes, as a layperson. If it's close, I probably can't call it. When it's not close,
Okay,
even I would
you're
say
relying upon Ms. Tiglis saying
yes,
it's not, it's weeds and noxious weed, right?
correct.
Okay. I appreciate that. You're a very careful professional, not to speak outside of your expertise. Okay, let's talk a little bit about your, going back to the slopes.
Yeah.
The operators' estimates and their plans were based on LiDAR readings, right?
Correct.
What are your thoughts on whether that's adequate?
I was surprised and disappointed. I can only assume that Peter got caught in a time crunch or time jam. I will say we did advise Ms. O'Brien to provide Colson's access to the property in writing with the limited right to enter before the board hearing in 2023. So that was September 2023. And specifically talked about for any kind of surveying, any kind of inventories, any kind of soil sampling, soil profiles, anything that might help them best prepare their reclamation plan.
So is the LiDAR sufficient or is in-person best?
I think with unfortunately what it disclosed and what was assumed for that side slope reclamation area, I'd been out to the site a number of times. Visually, you could see that butt slide slope. You try to avoid it unconsciously when you're walking around. I was surprised that the LiDAR was used to characterize those side slopes. I just don't think that's a practical, diligent way to do that, particularly when you're trying to get this thing after this much time and a few iterations to try and get that locked down and tied down really accurately so that we could all know what to expect. I mean, at that point, the problem with that reclamation plan to me is I hand those over to an operator. We hand those over to an earthwork person. And I don't know how, you can say, well, look, we promised to go ahead and other areas will take care of them in the field. I just don't think that's, at least with the reclamation plans I've done, that is not nearly the level of instruction we would try and give that operator and his earthwork people.
Okay. Jean, while we're talking, if you could please try to bring up Exhibit 1 for us on the TV screen. And while she's doing that, Dan, could you please tell me a little bit about the Preble mouse discussions? Why is the Preble mouse relevant at all?
Well, my experience with it is it's another information piece. It's a really important information piece. I mean, full disclosure, I'm doing a trail right now, about a 4-mile trail in eastern Colorado. and we're naming the trail the Preble's Mouse Pathway. And the reason for that is we actually were confronted, it's a riparian area, and we suspected there was the Preble's jumping mouse in that area. And we looked at some trapping requirements and looked at a 6-figure cost to try and survey an inventory. And of course, what you learn is like, well, you can do some work in those areas. You just have to be mindful of time of year, particularly obviously the mating times.
Right.
And so we just agreed in that case to say, well, you just go in with your eyes open. We will have a mitigation plan to make sure that when we're doing the work, it's coordinated around those sensitive times when the mouse absolutely positively needs and uses that habitat. So there are ways to work.
In our case, it kind of ties in with the floodplain concerns, right?
Mhm.
Because early on, one of the early plans had a much more robust drainage swale proposed, right?
Yes.
And how is a Preble mouse relevant to that drainage swale?
Yeah, so we did show Darcy, the area and kind of talked to her about a concept for the drainage swale. And I think she looked at, again, the denuded area and vegetation, and she said, there is absolutely no habitat available for the Preble's mouse, right now. So I think anything that we do would probably ultimately deliver a better habitat product for the mice. We would just have to, again, coordinate that, make sure we got the appropriate permissions to do it. But I think in the goal of trying to get to this reclamation, I think we could do that grading. It would probably take, that's my opinion. It would take some coordination.
But the Preble mouse was used as an excuse not to do that type of a drain when it was switched away from, right?
I was told by Colson's that was their concern, and where they considered areas too close to the river, too close to the north roadway berm. They just considered those off limits and something they'd understood just to be no work done. And to kind of back up even a step on that, Kent. So one of the things for me that I'm not sure that drainage swale as proposed, I don't have confidence that's actually going to evacuate all of those low lying areas to try and get those flows back to the river. There is 2 foot of fall in about 1,500 feet to drain some of Mrs. O'Brien's low areas back to the culvert after a flood. And that is a more direct route. You don't want to spend that 2 feet going around the edge of the property or around a lot of other areas. You barely got any slope to make it work as it is. You kind of do a functioning thing. It won't be perfect. It'll still have some minor areas, but to have any shot, I think, to successfully get that drained, I would be taking the most direct route I could from that isolated low point on Ms. O'Brien's property, north property, and take that right over to the culvert. I think that's probably the most critical and most difficult area of that site that ponded and would now need to be drained. The other thing that I guess I'll just swerve into, for lack of a better way to put it, the impoundment of those flows after that flooding is, I guess in my world and what I've had to deal with, it's a really big deal. I actually regulate and enforce some infiltration facilities. And according to DWR, we have 3 days to get 97% of post-flood waters either infiltrated or evacuated. Well, we've got 5 days to get 99% of it gone. Ms. O'Brien happens to be in a place where I can drive by the frontage road on the west side of her property and observe. And after that spring 2023 flood, I did drive by there regularly, and she is not exaggerating. It was months of those waters sitting there exposed to, I'm going to estimate, probably 15 to 20 acres of exposed water surface. So obviously that soil is not infiltrating any of that. It's a little surprising that the evaporation couldn't move more quickly. My own just idea on what might have happened is I think that those areas probably ultimately worked their way into the pond 2 and pond 3 and were able to recharge that alluvial aquifer and evacuate themselves that way. But again, although ultimately that mechanism may have worked, the 4-month time period, it's an order of magnitude different than that 3 to 5 day that I've got to work to satisfy water rights considerations.
And did you want to talk a little bit about some water well concerns that just popped up recently when you were meeting with Ms. O'Brien?
Yeah, just a couple weeks ago, I was at the kitchen table with Ms. O'Brien. And we were just kind of reviewing some of the concerns, considerations, some of the things we'd be talking to the board about today. And she went to make coffee because I needed that third cup. And she had no water. And I kind of sat and thought and said, does this happen often? She's like, no, but I'm getting no water. And I said, well, I thought you were on Johnstown water tap. No, I'm not on a Johnstown water tap. Where's your water come from? It's a well. It's like, but it's a deep aquifer. No, it's about a 30-foot alluvial aquifer well for her residents. And I know as I kind of related that story to our team, it seemed like it's just a discouraging, but in some ways very appropriate illustration of Ms. O'Brien and a typical resident near one of these projects where she's been dealing with this for so long. And so when this comes up, she goes, oh my gosh, when will I got a black cloud hanging over me. It's like, what is going to come up next? As a layperson, never even associating that with, wait, you've got a shallow well with ponds that are struggling with their water levels connected to that same aquifer. It's like, this may very well be related to the exact same situation. So for her, again, just an illustration, how does she know? How would she know to raise that issue with her team? And so we're in the middle of having coffee with your engineer and going, well, where do you get your water? Why isn't this happening?
Okay, and then to kind of finish up, can you walk us through, if you wouldn't mind, first of all, tell us what exhibit 1 is.
Yeah, so Darcy felt like for her investigations and her studies, typically we'll bring together an inventory of aerial photos. Eris is the provider of that. And so we commissioned her to go ahead and put those together. So she got a set of aerial photos with the same orientation, kind of same frame, so you can just compare very easily year to year to year. I'm sure DRMS does the same thing.
And Gene, can you scroll down to, there should be a 1993 version in there. And while Dan tells us what is exhibit 8 that's in the board's paper packet that you wanted to talk about?
Yeah.
Can you tell us what exhibit 8?
Yeah, is it in the board's packet as well, Ken?
Yes, that's in, the board all has exhibit A in your paper packet.
Are you saying A or 8?
A as in apple.
Oh.
It should be the very first one.
Is this correct? Is this right?
Yes.
So this is
scroll up just a little bit. All right, Dan, I think you wanted to kind of compare and contrast exhibit A as in apple to the aerial photos exhibit 1.
Yeah, so what we're looking at is the 1993 annual report map. And of course, every operator is required to submit these to kind of show progress, show activity. And in this case, they've got the exhibit map, not uncommon for the operators, particularly in 1993, to use kind of a hard copy, black and white, 0x 8.5 by 11. You will notice that they do actually have dimensions on this exhibit, though. The 1,320 feet, that's a quarter mile. This is the 80 acres. That is actually a correct representation of that original permit boundary. And it shows, as you can see, all of the activity and the ongoing reclamation and fairly significant reclamation, all confined within the permit boundary.
Okay, so like looking at the 1993 version of exhibit A, what is Colson's representing with regard to where they have already reclaimed?
Yeah, so they started from the west, and very natural to just work from one side of the property. And as you mine You reclaim behind, of course, and you do that in phasing and you get that down to a manageable size. So not unusual at all to have cells or segments that they're reclaiming. So you can see they did 1989, starting from the west to a 1990, 1991, and just showing a progression over to the east. And as you can see there, they're actually showing brand new reclaimed area for 1993.
Okay. So then if I may, so in general, are they demonstrating that they have already reclaimed that area up in there? Right, these kind of rectangles here in Ms. O'Brien's property?
I am trying to get my orientation. Is this also?
I have found the easiest way to get your orientation.
Okay, there's
perhaps would
Mr.
be the curve in the road right here.
Yeah, we've got Mr. Kurt Wright's pond is a good orientation for me. So yeah, they're showing that reclamation out to that. The east boundary looks similar. As you can see, it does go to the river road right up by the river, and of course outside the permit boundary.
Okay, Gene, can you go to the 1999 version? And we'll turn to page 2 of Exhibit A. The 1999 annual report map.
Counselor,
Mm-hmm.
you have about 3.5 minutes left in stuff for your presentation and rebuttal time, but you have additional time and stuff in that for your closing, just so your heads up.
Okay, so we'll try to be quick, Dan.
Yep.
Let's finish up with this.
Yep. Yeah, so we're now looking at the 1999, and you can see we picked up
And so,
from the 93, and now we show additional reclaimed areas for 95, 98, 99. And of course, now the big event there is you can see that stockpile and processing activity that is back on one of the previously reclaimed areas.
yeah, so to try to cut to the chase, the annual report map would indicate that all this area has already been reclaimed, and we're talking about this area in here.
Correct.
Does that look reclaimed to you?
No, and it may have been reclaimed, and they decided to go back in and do some additional operations. Again, from my experience, it's all disturbance. So we do haul roads, we do stockpile activity areas, anything that's going to need reclamation later. There would be a question in my mind, just speaking to other practices I'm familiar with. I generally have not seen some of these processing and distribution sites where they don't scarify those and get the vegetation, at least the vegetation, maybe the vegetation and topsoil out of that area to prepare for an actual, distribution operation. They don't, yeah.
All right, with respect to the board's time, let's try to cut it short. Anything else that you desperately wanted to tell us?
That seems like a good cut at it. Nothing occurs to me.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
May I have a moment for cross-examination?
Yes,
Well, they're done with the presentation.
yes.
I'm not sure where there's not a great place to be. Mr. Thoreau.
Huh?
So do I understand you are not a vegetation expert?
That's correct.
You're not a wildlife habitat expert.
That's correct.
You did not measure the slopes through LiDAR or otherwise.
I did measure the slopes.
How did you measure them?
We use it the old fashioned way with tape and level.
Okay, so you did measure.
I
the
did.
slopes with by hand.
Yes.
Okay. And is there any reason that you weren't able to hear directly from Ms. Tigles to talk about her findings?
I think just short notice, and right now, as you're probably aware, resources are hard to schedule and need some advance notice.
So you actually didn't have the opportunity to vet these questions with her. You're just speculating about what she might say or not say. Is that correct?
I don't know about speculate. I mean, she did make direct comments. I was out there for the field visit with her and toured it with her. And so a lot of those comments were made at that time.
I know. Also, are the areas that you discussed, are they not subject to the reclamation plan?
They're not shown as requiring attention and site slope.
I'm sorry, the vegetation areas. Are
The-
they not part of the vegetation plan?
They are.
Suggested?
The
Okay.
north areas
Thank you.
are the site slopes that are not shown for redo are not shown for vegetation. You bet, absolutely.
Okay.
All right.
Any questions from the board?
I have a question, just maybe it's my simplicity. But if you lay back on pond two, the side slopes, and they're both internal and external? Internal to the pond and external?
Yeah, it's a
on
great
that
question.
east Side, if you lay it back onto the east side, and then
Yeah.
on pond three, lay it back, how's she gonna get through?
They would have to work outwards. And great question, because I know they made the comment that the intention is wherever we've got too steep of side slopes, we're going to lay them back as opposed to fill them out. I don't think that's practical or reasonable for that land bridge in particular. I think other areas may be something that could be discussed or looked at. Again, when you've got that wetlands interest and trying to relieve that, if you just lay that back, you're not going to relieve that wetlands area and fill that in. So that will be left as an obligation for Ms. O'Brien. So I don't like the laying it back. I mean, even on the south side, that's taking back ground that she has been using and it had anticipated using. We kind of get into a matter of, okay, well, what did the reclamation plan show exactly in the beginning? Does that top of bank conform with that now, or by laying it back? Are we actually claiming more of that property for the pond area as opposed to the pasture? And that's a little bit more nuanced and subtle. I don't know that I can speak to that right now. I just know she needs to be aware of that, to say, if they lay those back at 3-to-1, they're going to get closer to your actual main driveway on the west side of the house. And we need to be aware of that too. The other one that's very important is on that east side of pond 2. That's where she's actually got a daylight of her basement. Right now, there's actually a levee. No, nobody loves a levee, but because of the 2013 flood, the levee was necessitated. And so they absolutely positively cannot incur into that levee at all. That must be worked outwards.
Thank you.
I have just a confirmation. You mentioned that she wants to use the property a number of times, and what you mean is using the pasture land for livestock.
Correct. Yep. Absolutely.
Thank you, Dan. Sure. All right, our next witness will be Brian Smith. I believe he's on with us remotely.
I believe so. Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
2 minutes, and then you're starting to get into your closing time.
Okay. All right. Brian, we are being limited extremely tight on time, so please just summarize your involvement, what you were requested to do, and your main conclusions for us, please.
Sure. Yeah. My name is Brian Smith. I have a undergraduate and master's degree from CSU, and I've been in the water resources engineering business since 2003. At my previous employer, Anderson Consulting Engineers, we helped develop the effective model that Mr. Wayland had used for his analysis. And Ms. O'Brien and Mr. Drew asked me to take a look at that analysis that Mr. Wayland did and draw some conclusions from it. High level, he touched on all that. There is the road that goes along the south bank of the river, kind of acts as a berm up into a certain point, and then once that overtops, flows get behind there and are not able to evacuate. And while I do agree with Mr. Wayland's proposal to, potentially look at installing a slide gate on that culvert, I do have some concerns with that in terms of, it was brought up earlier about somebody having to manually open that. From Mrs. O'Brien's standpoint, that slide gate is located not on her property. So there could be some concerns there with operating that. And then Mr. Drew alluded to it as well. The slope on that proposed drainage swale is very flat. I believe Mr. Whalen said it was less than 0.1%. And while that's the topography out there, I do agree that kind of more of a direct shot at getting that to the culvert, and then even potentially looking at repositioning the culvert a little bit, maybe on the upstream side to provide a little more slope to work with would go a long way in helping evacuate that. And then finally, one of the things that, given this area and the situation with the topography, there being a lot of shallow locations where water cannot drain, this would be typically a situation where we would probably, in my line of work, would look at trying to develop a two-dimensional model to really analyze where flow is going to be overtopping that bank, how it would move through the property, what the existing conditions look like, and then come back and input your proposed solution and ensure that it's going to in fact drain or alleviate the problem that you're trying to solve. So that was one of my recommendations. That would be that overbank area could be looked at with the two-dimensional model a little more closely and confirm that the proposed drainage swale and its location, alignment, slope, and all that technical stuff would actually work in alleviating the flooding problem. So.
Thank you. And Gene, could we jump ahead to page 4? I kind of wanted to highlight the first bullet point of your conclusions and recommendations on your report.
Yep.
Brian, you talk about the modeling being based on October 2013 topographic information. And what are your thoughts on why that's problematic?
Problematic from, given I didn't notice Mr. Whalen mentioned that they would be submitting a lower model later on once the reclamation is complete. Typically, when we're doing a project of similar to this, we would go back in and develop an existing condition model, even though the effective study was done relatively recently. There's been changes to the topography out here that's been demonstrated throughout this hearing, and it'd be good to get the actual present day topography in there, take a look at what is actually occurring today, and then evaluate that moving forward rather than rely on 2013 post flood information, since changes have occurred out there.
Okay. And did you have anything else that you'd like to share with the board?
My only other conclusion from this was, the slide gate. I do think that's a good idea. However, there are other options in terms of putting one on the upstream side. There's a flap gate option that could be looked at on the downstream side that wouldn't require manual operation. They're in line flap gates that are available to also look at in terms of getting rid of having to have somebody come manually open and close this gate that is being proposed. So,
okay, thank you. I apologize. We have to be so fast.
That's okay.
Any questions from the board?
Seeing none. We'll move on to rebuttal statement by division. And this is 15 minutes.
Madam Chair, just so everybody's fully aware, at just a time check and that total time left in that the division has actually 48 minutes and stuff between rebuttal and closing. The applicant has 20 minutes between rebuttal and closing, and the objectors have 7 minutes. Hold on.
Board, I understand it has taken a lot of time to work through a lot of constant objections earlier in this case. I do think it would be a shame if the board didn't get to hear something from Ms. O'Brien herself personally about how this has been, just at least a few minutes. We obviously need a few minutes for closing and rebuttal as well, just to talk you through our theory of why the reclamation plan is simply not consistent with the actual rules that you have in place already. So I'm not asking for a lot. When we did the pre-hearing conference, I did predict we would really struggle to stay within this time. And that was definitely before I realized that just objections on very basic background information we were just trying to get the board up to speed on would consume so much of our time. So I would ask a little bit of leeway. The board certainly has leeway to adjust the time restraints.
Okay, when we get to that, we'll consider more time.
Okay, how should I? Because normally I would bring up Ms. O'Brien right now to talk with you, but I have to have a little bit of time to explain the rules and just read through the actual rules and why we don't think that the reclamation plan actually is compliant with the rules.
Well, you're set for rebuttal after the division.
Madam Chair, if I may, it might be helpful for the board if you have a time proposal that you're looking for this additional time. And I would
10
say
minutes.
10 minutes. I'd say certainly from the division's perspective, we don't object to the additional time. But I won't speak for the applicant in terms of that. The additional time request was for 10 minutes. And your request was also to continue on with that additional 10 minutes as part of the presentation before we move to staff rebuttal. Is that correct?
I would like just a few minutes with Ms. O'Brien, the landowner, just to make sure that she gets an opportunity to share what she wants to say.
So this is going on presentation time is what you're asking, an additional presentation time.
Yeah.
I just want to be clear.
I would just ask for more total time. I don't think this will take long, but I don't want to deprive her of a chance to have her day in court, so to speak. So.
Good afternoon. This break.
Linda, thank you. Would you start just by telling us a little bit about what you recall from the 2023 hearing before this board?
It was, our participation was quite short. But I did hear from one of the board members that said you should not have to worry about flooding. And that has haunted me ever since, because we continually worry about flooding, not just from the rain or the Big Thompson flooding, but my brother has used his equipment to dig ditches 8 feet deep, 6 feet wide, to drain water onto my land from the work that Colson's doing over on his land. So the flooding is a constant fear of ours. We did flood in 2023, 39 inches up the basement floor. So we know what it's like to flood.
And Linda, you are personally familiar with the quality of the vegetation out on the north part of your property, right?
Yes.
How would you characterize that?
There's no way I can put my horses out on that land. I even tried to get, years ago, I tried to get a guy to agree to bring his cows out. And he said, he was a farmer, and he said, there's nothing here for them to eat. So I gave up on that idea.
And you would like to use that as pasture land for horses?
I have 5 horses, so it would be real nice not to have to buy the hay.
Mm-hmm. And do you believe you've ever gotten topsoil out there on your property up north?
I don't believe it for a minute.
Okay. And what do you think will happen if the current plan is approved when it comes to trying to grow good pasture grass out on your property?
I don't feel that Colson's are trustworthy. They've lied to me. They've lied to DRMS and then proven wrong with pictures that have Colson trucks in the land that they say that they did not work. I don't.
So you're skeptical, right? I'm
yeah.
sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. You're very skeptical, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I mean, do you think that it's possible to grow good grass out there without adding topsoil to your property?
It hasn't happened. I mean, we have nothing but weeds out there right now, and they're only about, this tall. It's not like anything's growing out there that's viable.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to share with the board?
I wanted to quickly just share, these are pictures of what we've been calling the mud flats. So this is October 22, October 21.
Sorry, it's not up on the TV screen. It's in front of you apparently.
Sorry.
So these are truly mud flats. There's nothing that you can do with that land. You can't put an animal out on it because they'll sink.
There we go. You're right.
There we go.
There.
Anything else you would like to share?
This is what it looks when we flooded in 2023. That whole area was clear up to the top of the land bridge and over the land bridge. And that water over on the east side is still there. It's not draining. It's not evaporating very much every year. This is 2023 before the flooding and 2023 after the flooding. So you can see what happens in a very short period of hours. More of the same.
And you've been there for a very long time, right? Did it used to flood like this before the mining operations?
No, in 1976, we lost like 5 bales of hay on the north side of the river road. I'm sorry, the south side on the river road. But since Colson started mining, we flooded at least 3 times where it took a long time for that water to evaporate.
So the famous 1976 flood did minimal damage?
Yeah, only a few bales of hay on the south side of River Road.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate the board's indulgence.
Thank you. And then we'll go back to the division.
So I think we'll start off by talking about the current conditions of the vegetation in the north area, north of the current permit boundary on Miss O'Brien's property as well as on Randy Curtwright's property. In the division's inspection report, the pre-operation inspection report done in April of 25, the division does note specifically that the vegetation is sparse, consists of grasses and annual weeds, and it needs to be addressed. The proposed reclamation plan proposes to address that issue. Again, there are flood sediments that have settled there. The division clearly notes that in its pre-operation inspection. As reclamation occurs, the applicant has proposed that they will, mechanically work the seed bed and whatnot like that to incorporate those flood sediments into the underlying sediments that are there and hopefully establish vegetation. However, if that is unsuccessful through routine inspections and whatnot like that, the division can begin to address those problem areas to get the vegetation established and, self-sustaining. The vegetation around the ponds is very well established. It has willows, small clumps of cottonwoods and whatnot like that. The side slopes are, for the most part, around all ponds
are 3-to-1 or shallower. There definitely are areas where the side slopes are 2-to-1. In those areas, in the majority of those areas, the vegetation is very well established. Dense growth, you can't really walk through it as a human. Maybe Rebel's jumping mouse would be there or something, but it's hard to actually see the physical ground. The land bridge between Ms. O'Brien's house and the north area. During my numerous conversations that I had with Dan Giroux, Ms. O'Brien, it was never specifically brought up that that was something that needed to be addressed. This is the first time anybody has specifically said something regarding addressing that land bridge. In the objections and in the numerous conversations, again, it was never specified that that was a concern.
Yeah, in terms of adequacy of the bond, Patrick did do a cost estimate based on the reclamation plan and the current amount of affected land. And we are increasing that to account for these areas. In terms of the exposed groundwater, you know, the argument's been made that, you know, there needs to be more bond to address the exposed groundwater. One, you know, that would work contrary to what we've worked out with the Division of Water Resources. Well, not we, but, you know, Colson and Division of Water Resources for the dedication of water shares. You know, in the event of, hopefully the unlikely event of forfeiture, the Division of Water Resources would have to, you know, exercise their power to, you know, to utilize those dedicated water shares. So they would have to pursue that. In addition, in accordance with Rule 4.2.1 Parent 4 and Statute CRS 3432.5 4 Parent B, it says in a single year during the life of the permit, the amount of required financial warranties shall not exceed the estimated cost of fully reclaiming all lands to be affected in said year, plus all lands affected in previous permit years and not fully reclaimed. So our plan is based on, you know, the amount of affected land that's at the site currently, which was occurred in the past, and we are covering that in accordance with this rule. We would be going above and beyond the statute to cover for a plan that we haven't been given yet for an amendment for a potential that the augmentation plan isn't obtained. So we'd be exceeding our authority per that rule and statute.
Another item is the mouse habitat in the buffer to the north. In the 2006 U.S. Fish and Wildlife Concurrence Letter, the buffer zone is for mining activities. Specifically in the documents, it states mining activities, so the extraction of sand and gravel. The initial buffer was 100 feet from the river. It was pushed out to 300 feet because mining resources, sand and gravel, within 300 feet of the river weren't economically feasible to go after. So the buffer zone is for extractive activities. The activities under consideration are strictly reclamation in nature. Surficial, short in duration, and located in those areas where there is mowed grasses and not jumping mouse habitat specifically. That is confined primarily in between the gravel road and the Big Thompson, the riparian area between the gravel road and the Big Thompson River.
And what is that distance between the gravel road and the Big Thompson River?
I don't know. I think it's only 50 feet or so. It's a very narrow corridor.
And that's supposed to be jumping mouse habitat.
That is if there is jumping mouse in the area, it would be in that area. During this study that allowed for the concurrent letter, no jumping mouse habitat was identified at that time. And so it doesn't look like there's habitat out there. The likely habitat is immediately adjacent to the river, but very close to the river.
So nobody did any collections of jumping mice or track?
That is not that we could determine from the documentation provided by the applicant. The other item is the drainage swale. One thing that we want to emphasize is, as proposed, it kind of meets the intent of the Acton rules. After its installation, the division will monitor its effectiveness. If it proves to be ineffective at what it was installed for, there is the opportunity to address that, to make it effective through inspections and whatnot like that. So it's not final. There is the chance for addressing any concerns or not discrepancies, but if it's proven to not function correctly, the division can ask for a revision to make it effective.
And would that be after the bond was released, or is that before?
No, it would be before, like the division. So if we get to a point where the applicant is requesting release of any permitted areas or a reduction in surety related to reclamation at the site, they can request it. We are required to notify both the county as well as the landowners for their comments and or objections to it before those releases are approved.
Russ Meach for the division, any objections to a release request comes to the board and stuff for final adjudication. So you would have the last voice on it.
Thank you.
What about the wetlands? I mean, the study to determine that, and I didn't look at it in full report, but around that pond too, some wetland habitat.
I received that at the pre-hearing conference, and I wasn't able to look at it until after.
You have a specific question about the wetlands? Like what is the?
Are they there? I mean.
That I'm not a wetland delineation person. I did talk to people who have that certification.
Yep.
And it's kind of one of those things. I think Dan kind of alluded to it. You look for specific indicators where wetland species may be present in the type of environment that would promote wetland. Other than that, I didn't look at that area specifically for wetlands.
If it's there, how does it change the reclamation plan?
If I remember correctly, it doesn't alter too much what the applicant is intending to do. They're looking at regrading the side slopes to the south of where the wetlands were delineated. I think that those side slopes can be reclaimed in a manner where it doesn't impact those wetlands.
I would say, in my experience, when you have these open groundwater ponds, you're 99.9% likely going to get wetland type vegetation established. Their report, they hit their 3 points, said, yep, these are certainly wetlands. Looking at the species from the pictures that I've seen, yeah, they probably do qualify for that. Open groundwater ponds is part of the approved and, proposed reclamation plan. So it seems very likely that, yeah, wetlands kind of fit into that category.
must be for Patrick and stuff. Was this brought up and stuff during the public comment period or anything?
No, it
What's the
wasn't.
timing on that?
It was provided at the pre-hearing conference.
So we
It was
didn't hear
submitted
about
as
it.
exhibits during the pre-hearing conference after the division had issued its rationale.
That was last week. Pre-hearing.
Pre-hearing was on the 3rd of September.
Right.
And the same with the access to Mrs. O'Brien, Ms. O'Brien, sorry. The access between the two ponds, when did that surface? I mean, that seems like a big deal. That she gets to and from her property around between those two ponds.
It was specifically brought up today. During my numerous conversations with Dan and whatnot like that, it was never said, we have a concern about the side slopes on this road.
And it's clearly that it's established road.
Yes.
But that would be something you would look at in reclamation to make sure it's still
Certainly.
functioning.
Certainly, yeah. And I mean, again, if the applicant requests release and there is an issue with that, a continued issue with that land bridge, we will address it.
There's been a lot of talk about high water and low water in ponds, and ponds turning into mud flats and ponds having too much water, and I'm a bit confused. How much of any of that has to do with mining versus just normal weather fluctuations, flood events?
So the open water ponds are directly in communication with the groundwater, so they're going to fluctuate with the groundwater. In recent times, the whole Front Range has been in a drought, so the decreasing groundwater levels is not surprising. I think that, you know, I don't know how the ponds were dug or how they were mined and whatnot like that, but I mean, they kind of go hand in hand, but the majority is the influence of the Big Thompson River and groundwater. And
I would also say, I mean, there's a significant amount of development that's occurred all around this site. How much all of that has also contributed? I mean, I-25 is directly adjacent to it. You know, how much that has contributed to the change in the groundwater regime, that would be exceedingly difficult for us to speculate.
Yeah, especially, looks like a massive amount of development around there.
I have a question about the steepness comments, and it does seem like if willows are growing on those steep areas, then that would be great because they have good roots and hold in materials well.
Yes.
But if it's just some grasses, that's not so good. I don't know. We've had various comments about how steep things are and not. But for reclamation, I'm sure you have policies to follow for that kind of thing.
we do. We definitely look for good dense vegetation along those side slopes of the open water ponds, especially in areas where there's little to no armoring. The various inspection reports going all the way back to 2010 note how well established the vegetation is around those ponds. And there is some sparse vegetation in some areas, yes. And I think that the applicant is looking to address those areas where the vegetation is sparse.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you. So we can move on to rebuttal statement from objectors. And we have always time question, but
Basically, they have 5 minutes and stuff and that includes the 10 minutes that you gave them for, that's rebuttal and closing and so, but that's the board's discretion. So.
okay, well, hop on up.
Okay, thank you. Board, would you mind turning to Exhibit 7 in your hard materials for me? These are just excerpts from your own rules that are applicable to a augmentation plan like this, or not an augmentation, a reclamation plan like this. And let's start with Rule 3.1.10 regarding revegetation. Subsection 4 says that the revegetation plan shall provide for the greatest probability of success in plant establishment and vegetation development. This plan does not meet that standard. That's our point, is this plan does not meet the rules standard, okay?
Are you objecting to the seed mix or what?
Topsoil is our main concern, okay?
Gotcha.
Other people are getting topsoil out there. Ms. O'Brien is not getting topsoil. We don't think she ever got topsoil. The pictures show that to the extent they put topsoil out there, they drove all over the place, killed any chance of having good topsoil out there. And I think that if you go back and look at the annual reports, as Mr. Giroux testified, he demonstrated on those hand-drawn maps, those are flat out fiction. When it's referring to we're done reclaiming this area, those maps are not reliable. And yet, because our operator stretched this out for 30 years, they're just kind of getting the benefit of the doubt that, oh, we think they put topsoil out there. We don't think they ever actually put good topsoil out there. We don't think that this plan has a reasonable probability of success without topsoil. They should be required to put topsoil out there. And the rationale of the division is basically backwards and not consistent with this rule. The rule says the plan shall provide for the greatest probability of success. It does not say adopt whatever plan you want to, wait a couple of years and see if it works. Because we know right now that without topsoil, you are not likely to get good pasture grass out there on Miss O'Brien's property. She should not have to wait a year or two and then be put in the position of coming here and debating whether or not it's close enough, whether the grass is good enough. Your rules require the plan to provide for the greatest probability of success. Unless there's topsoil, really ought to be mulching, this plan does not meet the rule. So on that basis alone, we think you should decline to adopt this plan. Okay. On a similar note, on the bonding, our point is that the division's rationale is backwards. If you turn to your own actual rules, 4.2.1, subsection 1 says all financial warranties shall be set and maintained at a level which reflects the actual current costs of the requirements of the reclamation plan. Okay, well, the current reclamation plan depends entirely upon the hope that they get an augmentation plan finally after they were told to file for it by the end of 2012. They never did until 2019. In 2024, they voluntarily dismissed their own case, delaying more. It's not your, it's very clear that the calculations right now for that bond do not allow you enough money to complete a valid reclamation plan unless Colson's gets their augmentation plan, which is uncertain. Okay, they've been trying for decades. They haven't got it yet. And, or, I mean, they could line those ponds, but that costs money. And it's backwards and not consistent with the rules to say, well, if that happens, we will ask Colson's for more money. That is backwards. The rules say, get the money now so that you're protected. Okay? There should be enough money to line those ponds now, just in case they don't get their augmentation plan. Right now, the calculations do not provide for that. They also don't provide for the money it will take to put topsoil in to actually grow the grass. And so on the same note, if the efforts to try to grow grass in terrible soil don't work out very good, right now, there's not enough money in that bond to cover those costs. Your own rules say you're supposed to have you're supposed to have money to reflect the current costs of the plan. We urge you not to adopt a plan that doesn't require good topsoil out there. Ms. O'Brien has been promised good pasture grass for years. It's a shame that it has never been delivered upon. The plan, per your own rules, is supposed to be adequate for the greatest probability of success. Okay? The flooding. It is a shame that she has had to deal with the flooding concerns for so long. After about almost 2 years, about maybe 1.8 years of playing whack-a-mole with inadequate plan after inadequate plan. See, Ms. O'Brien doesn't get to participate in the development of the plan. She just has to wait until there's a new plan. And then there's a new plan and she has to try to respond to that plan. All right. It is fundamentally unfair to say things like, well, we just got this floodplain report. We haven't really had a chance to look at it. Well, after 1.8 years of playing whack-a-mole, for the first time, the professional operator goes out and actually does a floodplain modeling of some sort for us to look at. All right. And so Ms. O'Brien has to, after all that time, all that delay after delay after delay, extension after extension after extension, all of a sudden, the burden is on her to, within about a month, get all your exhibits and your witnesses ready to go for a mini trial in a month and a half. We're doing the best we can. This is an informal board. You guys can basically do whatever you want to. I would submit to you, it's fundamentally unfair to allow the operator, at their fault and their negligence and their inability to follow your rules and submit a complete plan, and then to submit revision after revision after revision that just fundamentally changes their plans, to then suddenly require an objector to run in here and defend themselves in a mini trial and try to enforce rules of evidence on them. All right, we're doing the best we can. There's no reason this has to be an emergency right now for the board. Okay, the emergency is created by Colson and the operators failing time after time after time to submit a plan that division staff just had to knock down or tell them to supplement over and over and over again. And again, we've got an operator that has demonstrated carelessness, neglect. They've threatened, you heard Mr. Lindbergh say that, yes, they did suggest they would just walk away from this project. Okay. That is just fundamentally not fair. Yet, Mr. Lindbergh says, well, when it comes to the drainage swale, we can just test it and see if it's good enough. Our expert says you can't build a slope to 0.05% tolerances. You just can't do it. Our expert says this is not a good enough plan. They had a better plan originally, but then they used the Preble mouse as an excuse not to follow it and to get rid of it. And now July 31st, they come up with a new plan that we're supposed to respond to almost immediately. Okay. But how do you test a drainage swale that's designed to deal with floodwater? Because I think Mr. Lindbergh said that after they build the drainage swale, they'll be back asking for a release. They'll say, we're done with that part. Well, floods are unpredictable types of things, right? How do you test that? Mr. Lindbergh talks about the wonderful willows and the trees around the slopes. We very much disagree. Ms. O'Brien lives out there. Mr. Giroux has been out there a lot more times than Mr. Lindbergh. We don't think that there's very good vegetation on those slopes. Whether or not, I mean, fundamentally, she should have, that land bridge is incredibly important, right? Those slopes should be appropriate to protect that land bridge that is probably the most important little structure out there for just the functioning of her property. All right.
Counselor?
Yes.
You're 5 over.
Okay. Okay, and then I would just say that we, just to make a record on the right of entry deal, it's on our list of something. We just want to make a record. We're not waiving any rights when it comes to the right of entry. We understand this is not the forum to debate that. Yet we've been told by staff throughout that they've never seen a application like this get approved without a signed written right of entry from the current landowner. If that's your practice, if that's a rule, that's what we would request that you stick with. They can respond however they want in their closing, in their rebuttal. Okay,
you're-
and then
you're over by
I know.
all your time.
Remember whose burden of proof it is, okay? It is the applicant's burden to submit a reclamation plan that meets all of your rules. At the end of the day, it is their burden. They have not done that. And so the simple answer is to not approve of a plan that does not comply with your rules.
Okay, thank you. It's applicant time for rebuttal statements.
We can do this a couple of ways. Patrick or Peter is prepared to walk through a few of the points that were raised, or we could also leave some time for questions or both. Do you have a place you'd like to before we start?
Do the questions count?
We can ask questions and it doesn't count against your time.
Okay, we'll go ahead and start, and Peter can talk a little bit to the points that were raised, and we'll go from there.
First, I'll quickly talk about the concept of the slopes. Again, I think Patrick and I are on the same page with regards to stabilization, with regards to the degree of willows that have been established. We really didn't take a very close look at this land bridge, I must admit, because nobody alerted it to us that it was such an issue. From the maps that we used, this didn't seem to be a problem area. With regards to wetlands, we're not really sure what the point is of mapping those wetlands. Certainly, there's wetlands around the ponds, as Jared pointed out. The nature of whether those wetlands are jurisdictional is very clear that they are not. They are not connected to navigable water of the U.S. So there is, if somebody were to want to go in there and dredge them or fill them, certainly in the future, that's opportunity is there. I'm not really sure the point of identifying those wetlands. Regarding the biologist indicating that scour occurred in the area from flooding, that there's no evidence to suggest the velocities of floodwaters that far in the overbank would ever be high enough to scour. You don't have scour in deposition. Clearly, we're seeing deposition of silt in there, not scouring. So the idea that topsoil that we believe to be underneath there was scoured out is just not, in my opinion, feasible. So the swale, quickly, yeah, it's a tough site. It's pretty flat out there, and the way that swale was designed was to actually, based on the topography that we have, was to go in there and actually make that swale intercept all the lowest parts of that property north of the ponds. If you had a straight line swale, you would miss out a lot of those low areas. And so that is 100% why that swale is designed as it is. Ideally, a slope of less than 1% is not ideal, but that's all we have to work with. If we lower the invert of that pipe, then, you know, you're just gonna allow more potential for water to come back the other direction. It's just, we feel like that the swell will function. And, you know, certainly, yes, there could be a couple of low spots where it doesn't completely drain, but yeah, they'll pond and evaporate over a short amount of time. It's not a large area we're talking about that it's gonna be sitting in ponds. So one thing that's really important, I think, to note on this site is that, you know, and maybe the folks who don't understand this, but slide two. Okay. So to the south of the site, there is a large subdivision. There's about a 36-inch sewer main that runs along the south perimeter of this property that's put in by Thompson Development. That trench is about 6 or 8 feet deep. Underneath there's a layer of gravel, and they have an active underdrain, which is an active pumping system. The thing produces about 2,000 gallons a minute from this to keep that sewer drain dry. You know, that's a huge impact to the local groundwater table. And that's also a reason why this pond, this pond 3 has in recent years, I think, had less water in it. Certainly due to that pumping, that's a huge influence. And I feel for Ms. O'Brien's well going dry, but it could, did they look at the pump? I mean, is it always been dry? I mean, I think that's something that is certainly not the fault of what we're doing out there. There's no way that what we're doing is affecting the water table to the point where we're drawing the water table down. I do know that they used to run Hillsborough water through these ponds to keep some of them full. This pond 3 may be just that it's not such a great connection to groundwater. Anything else as well? You know, I think we can do a little, so in our interest to make sure this swale works. And I plan to go out and do some more detailed surveying of the ground and make sure that we're dealing with the grades in a much more precise way before we build that. So we want that thing to succeed, and we want this reclamation to succeed. We want to grow grass and whatnot on Ms. O'Brien's land. We want that to be successful. So that's about all I have.
I think one other point that I just want to have you touch on, you've read the inspection reports prior to the flood.
Correct.
What did they say about the quality of the grass?
There was well-established vegetation throughout the site. Yeah, on those earlier inspection reports, and that, you know, the site was mostly reclaimed, except I think for a couple areas near the scale house, it was some of the last inspections that I read.
So is there any reason to believe it won't be reestablished easily with fertilizer and disking?
I see absolutely no reason why it will not well-established vegetation in a great way. I mean, if the opposition brought forth soil cores and, you know, soil analysis that showed that the soil was depleted and wasn't able to grow, not a able growth mechanism, then yeah, we should take another look at that. But again, we're not going to be let off the bond if we don't establish good vegetation out there. And that's the bottom line. I think that we all sort of realize that the arm waving around, oh, there's no way they can do this. It seems kind of silly to me. I feel like, you know, the 2018 aerial shows that area is being verdant. I mean, it's really nice and green. I believe that we've done a really good job working on this reclamation plan to bring success to both draining that field, preventing some of these nuisance flooding from going on, and ensuring that there will be excellent vegetation growth.
So have we given the objectors an opportunity to weigh in on the plan and an opportunity to talk to us about what they need?
I believe that's absolutely true. I believe that there is a long chain of attempted communications to get exactly, you know, what sort of a laundry list of what they would like to see. It's been nebulous. It's been somewhat nebulous. It's been difficult to try and negotiate. Seems like sort of a moving target.
I think we've already established before, and we got a pharmacy, we're not trying to characterize the negotiations, which clearly are not the appropriate source topic of testing.
I think you may have raised that issue already. So I think with that, we probably would open up for questions. There's been a lot of assertions about the quality of the reclamation plan and the sufficiency of the reclamation plan. A lot of new requests raised today for the first time. We open it up to, we have Peter here to talk specifically as the crafter of that plan.
Madam Chair, I have to get to a meeting at 3, but I will be back. So. Depending on how long you're, okay,
Any questions before you leave?
I do not.
Okay.
Sorry for the interruption.
In developing a reclamation plan, do you do soil cores yourself to determine what kind of reclamation is going to be needed?
It's a good question. I mean, typically, so this was very highly productive agricultural land before. It's, floodplain lands are typically highly productive agricultural lands because the floods do come and they bring actually nutrients in to create, to help develop those rhizomes in the soils, in my understanding. So the idea that, flooding is denuding the ground is sort of a contrary to what I think most people understand. And so to that end, we know that there was prime agricultural land up, in this area, and that soil was stripped and segregated, and it was replaced in those areas where, there wasn't, where they had to backfill. It was also these grounds that were not unearthed and turned into pits. We know that there's good, valuable topsoil underneath there that once oxygenated and disked and brought up to the surface, that it should be good growth media. But no, we don't typically go to that level of detail of looking at, soil nutrient, soil contents. It's sort of based on the empirical data that we know that it was good cropland prior.
Is the property currently under lease?
There was an agreement that was executed back in 1986 between Virgil Cartwright and the Colsons. It was very general. It was regarding, this is, I think, more about how much money that they were going to get for royalties and whatnot. And I think, but it was a very general 1 paragraph sort of agreement.
So the lease has expired, is that?
I don't know that there was any term on that lease. It seems to be sort of, maybe implicit that, that the lease would expire when the mining permit was sort of.
So the owner was only compensated when you were operating. Is that correct?
That'd be correct. They had a royalty on per ton, for the material.
On the tonnage.
Yes, correct.
The basis for that was also access.
Was what? X.
Was access.
Sure.
The provided for access. And then the subsequent deed that transferred it was subject to uses existing at the time of the transfer. So that has been the basis for the assertion of right of access. The rules do allow the demonstration of access through deeds and agreements as historical property rights. And that has been the basis for that. There have been requests for affirmation, but clearly we have to do work here and need to rely on access to complete that
Sure.
work.
So I have a question for the property owner. Do you have an idea? Can you give me a dollar amount about how far apart you feel you are with the operator?
I don't think it's all that far, but I don't know that I have a good concept of what the topsoil will cost.
You don't have a dollar amount?
Mr. Drew, do you know?
He came in with 8 inches of new topsoil on 20 acres. It would be a large cost. It would be a large cost. Yeah, I would use $25
You don't have a big number?
I have to do things.
I mean,
it's a dangerous exercise.
I mean, I would think after all this time,
Right.
after all this effort, you guys would have an idea how far apart you are. And you don't, huh?
30,000 yards of topsoil at 25, so
Well, I was looking for a big number,
It's $750,000 is my top of the head.
$750,000. That's pretty far apart. Okay, thank you.
Do you care to address?
I believe that, certainly that's a big number and, if there was hard data to suggest that there's no topsoil in that area, then we would certainly look at that, but they have no data to suggest that there's not adequate topsoil in that area. None whatsoever. There's some suggestion that, oh, the vegetation isn't great. We agree with that. We're 100% on board with the agreement that, yes, the vegetation is poor in that area mostly because of this most recent flooding event in 23. And it posited a significant amount of silt.
Have there been any issues that have precluded going in there and working to address some of the weediness and so on?
We have no access. We cannot get in there to mow or do anything to stabilize the condition of the site. Colson had been historically mowing that whole area and keeping it all in good shape, including the land bridge. Apparently, they used to keep that mowed.
And what happened that kept that access away?
Because all of a sudden, we have no right to access, and we have to go away.
Were there barriers established?
Absolutely, there are property boundaries put up, string, of course, but this is not an area that Colson would be allowed to access, maintain, which would have helped to ensure the success of reclamation had they been allowed to get in there and mow it and keep it.
They can't access any of it.
No. We have a cease and desist, as well as, there's no, we're not allowed to do any work on the site until this is resolved. It's ordered by the board in September of 23, which was then ratified in November, I think.
Right, by order.
The order was official in November.
So it's because of the order, not because of land access.
Correct.
What happens if there's not the topsoil you expect? You folks certainly. when
We've got other sites where we can access soil and make this work. It's Colson has many operations in the area. We can make it work. We'd have to do a technical revision to show that we'd be bringing in outside materials and potentially, some testing involved with that, right, Michael? But there's, like I say, we want to get out from under this. We don't want to let this thing go on and on. We want to get out from under this as soon as we can. Whatever we need to do, we will make it happen. To the extent where we're going to come up with a plan that's not going to work. Colson has successfully reclaimed many, many gravel pits. And they know how to do it. They reclaim land, they build roads. They reclaim ground alongside roads every day. They know how to establish vegetation, and it's part of their business, part of their job.
Isn't there also a fertilizing program?
Yeah, there'll be a soil amendment program as well. So there's everything it's very detailed in the reclamation plan. It's a very detailed revegetation plan it's been reviewed by staff, and everybody seems to believe that it's going to be successful, except for possibly the landowner, and we're not sure why.
So every part in this reclamation plan will be done regardless of if it was been there, done that, or restored. I mean, we're starting new. There's been no bond release on this property. Everything has to be reclaimed to the standards within.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our rebuttal.
Thank you. Now we're going to move on to closing statements, starting with the division. And these are just short and sweet, 10 minutes or maybe less.
Right, do something right there.
The objector.
No, there's the power. You're still on Zoom. I just.
Madam Chair, division actually has 30 minutes behind knocking,
Oh.
the applicant has about 13, so
Oh.
whatever you choose to give for the objective stuff.
It won't be long.
So, so for closing, the division's goal throughout the AM1 process is to ensure that areas affected by mining outside the permit boundary are incorporated into the Amendment 1 permit boundary, and that AM1 complies with the act and rules. I think that it's the division's position that the jurisdictional issues raised by the objector were adequately addressed by the applicant. The adequacy items were addressed to the division's satisfaction. The Curtright Pit Amendment application AM1 satisfies all the requirements of the act and rules. The division recommends approval of AM1 over objection.
Any additional questions for us?
So specifically, the objector mentioned that the statutes which are included in his center. Could you just kind of, thank you for the broad overview, but specifically, do you believe the revegetation plan here to get bond release, if they has the greatest probability of success?
I do.
And going back to the financial warranty, because they're grandfathered in on the points, right? Have the financial warranties been set, maintain a level that reflect the actual cost?
Excuse me, could you repeat that, sir?
All financial warranties shall be set and maintained at a level which reflects the actual current cost of fulfilling the requirements.
Yes.
What happens if the topsoil isn't there?
If the topsoil isn't there,
If they can't reestablish?
if they can't reestablish it and topsoil has to be brought in, they will, as Peter alluded to, they will file a they will have to file a technical revision to import that topsoil. At that time, the bond will be reevaluated to address the importation of that topsoil material. So we would look at it and we go, okay, how much topsoil do you propose to bring in? Take that quantity and then estimate a bond amount for that to be imported.
But in the department's technical expertise, you believe that the $120,000 odd of the bond is sufficient?
I do. I think the photo in the I think you see here the results of the 2013 flood. 4 years or 3 years later, you can see how vegetation has become established after that flooding event. I believe that a similar thing can be achieved. I think the fine-grained soil that is currently there, the silts that are at the site that are preventing vegetation from growing currently, can be tilled in incorporated with what established this 2017 vegetation those two can be incorporated, and reseeding will be established and can be effective.
Can you believe that? Because you've seen it other places.
Yeah, and this site again. Sorry. This is looking across Miss O'Brien's property, looking south from that gravel road across her property.
What year?
2023. So the reason why I could not access here is because often the distance here, there was ponded water, and I didn't want to traipse across and whatnot like that. But you can see the establishment of the vegetation is pretty thick. And I don't believe that the fine grain silt that's here in this picture below cannot be incorporated with that soil which established this vegetation up here.
So what date, I'm sorry,
No, I'm done.
what is the date of the bottom photo?
April of 25.
Okay.
So one's pre-flood, one's post-flood.
Oh, actually, this is during the flood. So I believe that there is adequate topsoil which was able to establish this vegetation that you see here in the 2023 photo, as well as that aerial image that I showed previously from 2017. Though that thick of vegetation, as well as the inspection reports that were after, like the 2014 inspection report, and then the inspection reports that followed up until the inspection report in June of 2023, all were kind of on the shoulder seasons, but you know, they mentioned that vegetation is well established. Here is just a couple of years ago. And I believe that the reclamation plan that the applicant is proposing can establish this style of vegetation.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah.
I think it's just very critical that we.
Yeah, no,
completely
totally,
understand.
totally.
Any more questions for the division? I guess I have one, just getting out there and inspecting you or other staff. And you say it's all done perfectly, and then Ms. O'Brien or other objectors would be able to say, well, we don't really agree on this. And then there'd be response.
Yeah, so typically in a release type of scenario, the division, I personally, as an inspector, when I have release requests, I always ask what the landowner's disposition is with the state of the whatever it is that's being released, so that you have an idea of whether or not there's conflicts, what the underlying problems are, if any, and to address those to the best of our ability prior to some objection ending up in front of the board. Like, you know, as you've heard before many times, we encourage greatly the operators and the landowners work cooperatively to address their differences and whatnot like that, because it's a difficult position that the division can find itself.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, we are moving on to closing statement from the objectors.
Madam Chair, we technically have time, but whatever time.
So technically, you already used up your time, but you can talk really fast.
Okay.
Use just a few minutes.
I will talk very fast. With the board, I know, like I said, you can do whatever you want to do. You're not limited by these time limits, seriously. And there are a few things that are just, I think, seriously misleading about what's being suggested here. There's a heavy suggestion that the grass was just great, and then we had the recent floods. If you will listen to Miss O'Brien, she can tell you that is absolutely not the case. Are you willing to hear from Miss O'Brien to say that she did not have great pasture grass just before these floods? That is false. The picture that was just shown is taken from a very big distance from the gravel road way up on the north side, a long way from the permit site. Okay, that's not the area we're talking about. Okay, again, it is the applicant's burden. If you have any doubt as to whether there's adequate topsoil and whether topsoil was actually put back there, and if you have any doubt as to whether the grass will actually grow without adequate topsoil, then there's no reason this should be an emergency that you just have to either approve or deny it today. It's the applicant's burden to prove that they've met all the requirements to give the plan the greatest probability of success. We should not be guessing. They admitted they did not do soil sampling to see what kind of topsoil is out there. It's their burden to do so. Okay, and it's been flat out admitted that the bond is not adequate right now to either do an augmentation plan, line the pits, or you can fill the ponds in, but there's no money to do any of those things. We are hoping that Colson's finishes up their augmentation plan. That's not what your rules say. Your rules say it should be currently enough to do one of those three things. It's not right now. Your rules say this application does not pass muster. So if you are actually following your rules, you cannot approve this reclamation plan today. Would you like to hear from Ms. O'Brien and her comments on the grass and how it was not merely the flooding recently that took away pasture grass? Because she never had good pasture grass on this land.
We did hear that from her before, but if it's additional, we could hear from that.
You confirm that, Ms. O'Brien?
There was not enough pasture grass there to support animals before the flood.
Before the flood.
Before the 2023 flood.
Okay. All right. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your indulgence. I really do. This process is very hard on objectors. Please bear that in mind. Try to put yourself in her position.
Thank you. We'll now finally hear from the applicant, and then that is it. Except for board discussion.
Thank you. I would like to put one issue to bed, if I may, which is this concept that we have to bond for the augmentation plan unless you consider it resolved. If the board would take notice of the general requirements for substitute water supply plans for sand and gravel pits, which was issued in 2024. They specifically state that there are 4 options for bonding related to substitute water. File a financial warranty that ensures backfilling of the pit. Obtain a court-approved augmentation plan prior to exposing water. Or file a financial warranty with DRMS. Or number 4, as an alternative approach, and I quote, to obtain approval from DWR that acknowledges compliance with our requirements, it may be utilized. The SWP request must include information to document a permanent water source that will be dedicated to the substitute water supply plan to ensure that all depletions, including from unforeseen abandonment of the site by the applicant, will be replaced in order to prevent injury to other water rights. That finding has been made as part of the approval of the substitute water supply plan. Excuse me. And you've heard both from Peter and Sean that there's plenty of water. I'm sorry, Peter and Todd. I'm sorry, I have such a frog in my throat. So I'd like to just make that remark so we don't hear about it anymore. As a general matter, I'd like to thank you. This has been a long, tedious hearing. The division has worked really hard. And the site has a long history, as you have understood. This acrimony is relatively recent. We've worked, and in the exhibit materials you received, we've included a record of our attempt to do outreach with the objectors, which we did both because it's required and at the division's request to try to keep them out of this middleman position that they've been placed in. We have not been able to come up with a list of satisfactory things to do for the objectors, which has been a very frustrating process. So we've relied very heavily on the division to try to interpret what those objections might be and help us meet requirements within the division's rules and regulations that will develop a satisfactory plan. So we've been working hard. I'll just say that, and as you know, if there's any implication that we haven't, Ken wants to get this done. He knows how to reclaim land. And the augmentation plan is complicated and it takes a long time. So right now there's a narrow list of issues before the board. Other items that are addressed, including this history of the site and, you know, various information about how reclamation was this or it was that in 2012 is completely irrelevant to this determination. We have 5 items. Number 1, the reclamation plan timing and adequacy. We have no vegetation expert here to talk to you. We have an exhibit that suggests in an area that is planned for reclamation that somehow the grass looks bad. Yes, it does. Did it look good before? We have the division testifying. We have reports of inspection prior to floods that this is a great spot and it will support grass. We've also walked through in detail the rules and requirements that we've met in order to satisfy the requirements for this amended reclamation plan. And yes, it's too bad that when this grass was looking good, we didn't request a permit amendment and just have it carved out, but we didn't. So here we are, we have a flood, we have to start from scratch. So I also might point out that the objector's March letter, which you have in your files, actually pointed out that it's a robust reclamation plan. So again, we're dealing with objections that are coming relatively late in the process. Likewise, the timeline for the remaining earthwork is now, I think, not seriously at issue. It was really about the augmentation plan. And we are, you've heard from those who are directly involved that this is looking like we're in the last stretch. I'll step to hydrology issues. Modeling's been completed. It's a model that the objector's expert also likes. He made a couple of minor suggestions, none of which fundamentally changed the nature of what was proposed. We are obligated to put that swale in place and that plan in place. It's been bonded for, or will be once this amendment is approved. Let us just do it. Concerns have been raised that there's no current substitute water supply plan. I think those have also been put to bed. We have one. We get renewals annually. With respect to the wildlife information, this was we've had a concurrence from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that our determinations with regard to habitat remain valid as long as we're doing basically the same thing. We're continuing to reclaim. With respect to the legal right of entry, you know, obviously this is a touchy point. We believe we've set out the requirements necessary to make a showing that we have it. We haven't gone out of the site of courtesy, but we have to do the work that we have to do. And we can't be caught in a position where we have no right of entry and obligations under a reclamation plan. This work has been done over the years under these rights of access since the very beginning. And the objections are just now. And at a time when presumably it's to everyone's advantage to get this work done. Reclamation costs, this goes back to the bonding amount and what needs to be bonded and what doesn't. The division's findings indicate that their bonding calculation is what's been presented to you. It adequately accounts for all of the work that needs to be done on the site. And we have a substitute water supply plan that addresses the issues of water and water augmentation for evaporative loss. I don't think that there's been any reasonable objection raised there. I guess in conclusion, this has been a frustrating process, I think. And we really thank you for your time and attention. We are, think we've done attempted to make, and I think the division has agreed, have presented you with a reclamation plan amendment that satisfies the rules and regulations and should be approved for that reason. Please approve it and let us do it. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Any final questions for her? Okay, move on to board discussion. No, okay. We're done. But he's done. He's done. Okay, we have had all the closing statements, and so testimony is officially closed. And we'll go to board discussion. Well, it's been a tough one. I personally think we need to move forward, and that there is a lot still in front of this process, I mean, within the process that would allow for changes, improvements where they're needed.
I ask a question. So can we ask the objector a question at this point, or are we done at that?
It would be up to the Madam Chair to open up testimony if there's a desire to ask questions.
If you do that, you do it for everybody.
Okay. I have a quick question. Of course, all questions are quick. And that question would be, I would ask the objector, what specifically, I understand what the other side wants. I'm not specifically sure what the objectors want, what would be a successful day for them. I understand that the other side wants this amendment passed. And so, you know, if we were to open up the questioning, that's the question I would ask. And maybe you guys understand, and I just don't. And if you do, please tell me.
Good question.
Okay. Guess we'll open up to questions for anyone. And specifically, I think you heard the question.
Well, specifically.
Or get more specific.
Yeah, I want it very specific. Not 15 minutes, not 5 minutes, 2 sentences. What is it that the objectors want?
We want you to not feel like you have to adopt the reclamation plan right now, deny that. And if you would like us to submit a competing plan, we would welcome that plan. Because we think there should be topsoil. We think that as Mr. Drew said, there should be a better drainage swale. We think there should be better work on the slopes. I mean, it's kind of hard to say exactly just 1 or 2 things, but we can submit a competing plan, but the process that we have right now doesn't really allow an objector to tell the operator what they have to do, right? So we're in this position of just trying to play whack-a-mole, and we just got this plan a month and a half ago. In closing arguments, the opposing counsel referred to how a letter we wrote with respect to a different plan and pretended like it was this plan, okay? So we would just like you not to feel like you have to approve this plan today. It doesn't meet your rules.
Okay, thank you. No further questions for me.
Good question.
Any other comments? Questions amongst the board?
So do we want to close questioning again? Or
Oh, I
do we-
guess I officially need to close questioning again and
Yeah.
go to board comments. Or questions.
So the dilemma is the objector firmly states this is a non-compliant plan, yet the division firmly states. So you kind of, you turn the volume just a little bit, so. I can hear you. I see everybody moving forward. I need to restate that.
So,
The issue we have before us is that the objector, in his opinion, clearly states this does not meet our own rules and regulations. But when asked of the department, they clearly state that it does. And so there's an interpretation.
That's clear.
But how do the regulations apply? Is our charge.
Well, you just have to decide in your own mind if the regulations are applied properly. I mean, there's conflict, I can see that, but there's also compliance. So.
The staff has done a good job in working on this file, I believe. Very complete.
Well, I see it a little differently, and I'll tell you why, because these people have had plenty of time to work this out. They abandoned that quarry some time ago. And during the time it was abandoned, and today, everybody knew that it had to be reclaimed. Both sides knew that it had to be reclaimed. For whatever reason, or for a whole bunch of reasons, all they've done is gone back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And here we are years later. And they're trying to put us on the spot. When in all actuality, it was their responsibility to work this thing out. I don't think the state is responsible for making these two parties agree.
No.
I don't,
Or they probably won't keep their jobs.
excuse me.
They probably might keep their jobs, but yeah.
well, that's where I think that going ahead with the process and approving the amendment allows it to move forward, and there's still opportunities for objections and changes. But let's make it happen.
And I'm one that believes the rear view is this big and the windshield's this big. So we have a year and a half in front of us. And are you guys part of our deliberations? No. I'm guessing we could ask for more regular inspections, because I know the staff is very understaffed as far as inspection goes, but to make sure they keep an eye on this. As it matures, that they're being convinced as regulation goes on instead of just going about.
I think that's a fair request to ask the staff to get back to us with a brief report 6 months from now. I don't think that's a silly question. And get some kind of a feeling as to where we are. But right now, we're $750,000 apart, if I listen to that.
Well, in my sense, you're not gonna put 8 inches over the whole site.
Well,
I mean, that's
exactly.
That's a
Exactly.
very big number of scares.
But you ask people to speak to the problem.
Yeah.
And they don't make it like this, they make it like this. So,
The thing that makes me feel a little bit better is the operator has a track record within the state, because he's not a one permit person. Those
Agreed.
are much
Agreed.
greater.
I agree, but clearly,
And he has
Clear-
all the incentive
And-
to get in,
yeah.
he's not doing himself any favors by not doing it right. and getting it done.
right,
Fair enough.
so I think we need to vote. And they should not be, we just have to make a decision.
Well, I guess we
I
do
mean,
have a
it's-
quorum, even though we've lost a couple.
I make a motion that we bring it to a vote.
Bring
To
what to vote?
approve.
I don't even get a second on that.
Bring what to a vote? Bring what to a vote? Let's
Well,
face it.
the resolution, do we approve the board, or do we approve, or do we disapprove? That's the question.
I would second if it is to approve the 112C amendment application.
You can't.
I can't.
You're the chair. I see that. Okay, I'll take a shot at this. I make a motion to the board that we approve the 112C amendment application AM1 over objection to for the Kirk Bright Pit file number M-1986-123. What? How do you say?
We have a second.
You have a second, I would like to put a caveat in there that they come back 6 months from now and give us a reading on where we are on this situation.
We want with an amendment that the department.
Yes, the department, I'm sorry.
Every
Yeah,
6
thank
month
you.
report out for this. That would
Yes.
be 3.
Is that
over a
fair?
year and a half.
And that should be in the motion,
Yes.
right?
Yes, that would be added to the motion that we
6 month
request that
review.
the DMR staff do field inspection at least every 6 months and report back to the board.
Okay, we have a motion and a second with the addition of 6 months reporting back after inspections. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay,
So fast.
I think we often have other items.
Yep.
But we have a discussion item on the agenda.
No, Madam Chair, it's due to the nature of today's hearing and stuff and that we're foregoing that for today.
I think it's important. The board very much thanks everybody involved and believes doing the right thing is where we all need to go in getting this site reclaimed. So it's a part of the community. Thank you for all your time.
Thank you all. We are adjourned.
Nope, not yet. We got public comment,
Oh.
but we don't have it.
Okay. There is public comment.
Make sure we didn't skip over.
It's the whole answer.